Taking pictures with. I know, but you guys don't have an issue having an event with no branding. Yeah, so since this is here, then the program has to start.
now and that's forever. Ain't nobody, let's be good, let's be happy, let's be fearless, ain't nobody, let's be better, ain't nobody, let's be better. To push your arms around, let me pull your child around, and let's see the streets today. Oh, it's not so hard to reach furthest high. Oh, the secret's no surprise. Oh, the feeling most to change. I'm so deeply down on it.
You need to point it at me. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the Weavers Band. Mercy, I need you here with our raffles. We're doing our final raffle. Well, not really final. I'm feeling a bit generous. We're doing our semi-final raffle. Let me use one cup language because it is the season. Our semi-final raffle, remember, we are promoting Rose for a Rose campaign, which is all about ensuring that during this festive season, women who've been saved from FGM and are seeking refuge at shelters that are being supported by ActionAid International Kenya can get a constant supply of sanitary towels. For those of you who have children in the CBC system, they close school today or yesterday. That means they'll be home for 2 months. And these girls are also victim of that, meaning they will not have access to quality care that they get from the schools for 2 months. So the proceeds from today's event is going to ensure that the girls get much needed support by way of sanitary towels. So if you've not bought a raffle ticket, please do and do so urgently. Immaculate is still selling the tickets. I am hearing a rumor there are people buying tickets and asking for change. How? It is a fundraising event. If you buy with cash, there is no change. That is the policy. Terms and conditions apply. All monies go towards the cause. Yes? So if you have cash, hakuna maneno ya change. We want to ensure that these girls are well taken care of for the 2 months that they will be away from school. As we finish with a couple of logistical issues in terms of just setting up so that we can start, I'd like to invite Mercy to please start us off in our raffle. So Mercy, you can start off by? I'll start off by picking the first raffle today. Ha 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 ha. Free and fair, free and fair. Raffle ticket number 4. If you are raffle ticket number 4, please come and receive your prize. And come with the raffle ticket so that we can ensure that it is 4 and not number 1 and it's drawn so it's like 4. Please give a round of applause. Thank you so much. So Mercy? Okay, great. Please ask our honored guest, Honorable Esther Pasaris, to please pick the next raffle ticket. Yes. Okay, Shibiwa, no looking? No looking? Pick the one that pulls your heart, that you feel this one, imenishika roho. This one is like... Fantastic. Nishina, what's the raffle ticket number? It's yellow. And 3. Oh, wow, very close to 4. Raffle ticket number 3. No. If you don't mind, congratulations. I please giving you this present. We are worried about plastic. Thank you so much. I would like the Honorable Bernard, MP of London, to please pick the next raffle ticket. Thank you. Remember, all proceeds go to our Rose for Rose campaign. So please buy as many raffle tickets as possible. Let me come round this way. Please let us know what that raffle number is.
His number? All right, there we go. I thought I would say it's yellow, but I can see 2 and 7.
By giving him a present. A round of applause to the Boys Club. So goes to show you never know who's winning a ticket. And as our honor group have proven, the more tickets you purchase, the higher chance of winning. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank each and every one of you for being so patient with us. Some of you came as early as 3 p.m. and you were very indulgent. Without starting a little bit late, but with all protocols observed, I would like to start off the program by asking us to please stand up for the national anthem. And we want to put you on spot in a country and tell you what you're about. Can we start again? Put you on spot in a country and tell you what you're about. No, sorry about that. We're just sorting out a couple of technical issues. There seems to be feedback because we are streaming live, and therefore there is a bit of feedback from the sound in the room and the sound for our streaming system. However, I am a queen of improvisation, and I believe by now we should all know how to sing the national anthem, isn't it? So if we can have our lovely lady just lead us in the key, because I sing in the key of Z. Just lead us in the right key. Let's all be upstanding for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh God of all creation, let's sing our land and nation. Justice we are shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders.
Thank you so much. You may have your seats. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. One more time. I think we've all had our cocktail. Some of you have had a couple of snacks. I need your energy because what we're about to do this afternoon, what we're celebrating is truly amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking time this afternoon to be here with us. I would like to recognize the presence of all our honored guests this afternoon, and to thank you so much for taking time to be here with us to celebrate 50 years of impacting communities at ActionAid International Kenya. Please, I think this deserves a very hearty round of applause. I want to thank everybody who's made this possible, and our program will officially start. And at this juncture, it is my honor and pleasure as your MC, my name is Cindy Ogana, to welcome the Executive Director of ActionAid International Kenya, Ms. Susan Otieno, to give us some opening remarks and welcome our honored guests. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Ms. Susan Otieno.
Good evening. I'm Jambo. Bonjour. I can't continue beyond that. Weekend. Do you have any German? Weekend. Thank you, Sean. Nashanga. That is how we were punished in school to make sure you can speak more than Swahili and English. Good evening once more. It's my pleasure to invite all of you here, the guests, the honorable members of parliament that we have with us, who've graced this occasion, not just because they hold an office, but because of what they know about ActionAid, how they've engaged with ActionAid before, and what value they believe they can also add to the work that ActionAid is doing. So I want to say thank you so much for coming. We are still expecting more guests to come. For now, again, is also to allow me to equally recognize, I call them my peers, fellow CEOs, executive directors from different organizations here in Kenya who are represented here. I'll probably just ask you to stand and wave. Okay, you can stand it like this, and then you wave. But thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring our invite. We also have the community that do make us exist as an organization. And these are the communities where we work. Beyond just being present here in Nairobi, ActionAid is in over 22 counties at the moment, and we've been in almost all the counties in the country. If you go by our presence since the last 50 years that we've been present. I know we have community members from Mwakirunge. And nifikiria tutasimama na makelele kidogo. Asanteni from Mwakirunge is in Bamburi, which is in which county? 001. Thank you. Thank you. I know the Boys Club have members of 001 county, so we acknowledge. Then we also have community members from Marapa, which is in Magarini, which county? Mwanza tuambia namba. 003. Asante, 003, not kidding. 003. Thank you so much for coming. I was told we have members from, we have a representative from Tangul Bay, which is in Baringo, Jennifer. You know Tiati. I mean, if you're my age, you know Tiati. Everything else was held constant until the votes for Tiati came on. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Which other county? Oh, we have Kagonzweni. Kagonzweni is in Makueni County. County number?
017.
017. Thank you so much. Do we have another LRP represented? Isiolo. Yay! Thank you so much. We also have representatives from Kamuze, which is in Garissa. Thank you so much. And then, power in people. Those are the slogans. That's why we are alive today. And then we have Kishushe from Taita Taveta. I am Kisalimie. Atijambo. Kwasidamana. County 006. You've heard how they speak so softly. Yeah. Leo hapa hakuna ugomvi, ni kuongea tu soft. Manato. Thank you so much. Do we have any other LRP? And finally, the Nairobi LRP. Nairobians. I mean, staff live in Nairobi, they don't want to stand, and this is an LRP. After they staff, kindly stand. These are our constituents, but other than the constituents, we also have our governing body. In ActionAid, we have a General Assembly that is drawn from the communities where we work. And out of the General Assembly, then we are able to draw the board. We believe that ActionAid belongs to the communities that we serve. And that is how we get membership, and that is how we also get leadership for the organization. So I want to ask the General Assembly members who are present to stand. I know board members get confused. You are General Assembly members, but I'll ask you to remain standing when the rest sit. Thank you. The General Assembly member. Thank you. According to our constitution, we are supposed to have 40 General Assembly members. Out of the 40 General Assembly members, we do elect 10 board members, and the Global Secretariat would ideally appoint one member to join them to make 11. The Executive Director sits in as an ex-officio member. So I'll ask the rest to sit while the board members remain standing. Please, you better appreciate them. They've signed my contract. Thank you so much. We have Madam Pendo from Homa Bay. We have Wakili Peter Abande from Kisumu. We have Madam Roslyn. I don't know which area she prefers. She loves Kericho. She knows, I know she lives somewhere between the border of Kericho and Luola. Thank you so much. We have Joseph Rotich from Pokot. We have Dolphine Opembe from Kakamega County. We have Paul Kugat from Mombasa. And it's good that it has happened at the right time. And there arrives the board chair. That's Wakili Muga from Nigeria. And that's how ActionAid is formed. I know there are many of us who are here, and you are also the reason why we are here and why ActionAid exists. With all the intentions that we have, if we do not partner with you, if we do not build collaborations to enable us engage, then we would not be talking about a successful 15 years. I had been asked to just come and give a welcoming remark, and I want to ask all of you to feel at home, to feel in town, Nairobi town, but most importantly, to feel appreciated as ActionAid guests. We love you, we value your presence. We believe it's because of you that we are able to make the milestones that we made in the last 15 years. Before I invite the board chair, I had managed to coerce my sister, a friend, but also my leader, the women rep for Nairobi County, Madam Esther Pasaris. I managed to coerce her to be here because today had already been taken. And then I pretended like I was crying that my friend is not going to be around. And she said she will divide her night. She has an event at 6:30, but she said she has to be here. And I also told her she cannot leave, first and foremost, without greeting her constituents. Secondly, the county, just like the home, belongs to the woman. Yeah. And therefore, I want to welcome Madam Esther Pasaris to come and just share with us why this love for ActionAid, but most importantly, also to tell us that which is in her heart about ActionAid and also herself as a leader, but also as a philanthropist. Welcome.
Okay, the board chair, Samuel Munga, the executive director, Susan Otieno, my sister, all the partners that are in the room, all the CSOs, all the friends of ActionAid, my fellow members of parliament. We hope they will get more by the time the night is young. JB Killing was on her way. And Hamjambo, how are you? Tomorrow marks the beginning of 16 days of activism. So it's been a very, very busy period. I can see Mercy is here from Kewapa. Oh, Mercy, you didn't invite me. Why are you here now? I wasn't invited by you, I was invited by my sister here. Okay, Mercy, can you whip some of our members to come? Have you? Not yet, no? At least 2 or 3. So that they can celebrate. You're all looking so amazing. Aye, when I always say, no, the colors, the women that are walking here, my tailor needs to step up. And you know what I love about that? It's supporting local traders. It's most likely supporting a woman, even though my tailors, half of them are women, half of them are men. So even what I'm wearing, no, to step up. But let me tell you, tomorrow, 16 days of activism. You know, as we celebrate 50 years of ActionAid, and the honor that ActionAid is giving to all the women and men in this room, the he for she's, right? To be part of that legacy. But you survive 50 years, Raisi? Huh? To actually be around working for social good in the world for 50 years and continuing and growing strong. Honestly, Susan, your board, thank you for being in Kenya. Thank you for empowering all the women that are here. Women are not 10 raffle tickets, huh? And because I'm not going to be here, I'm going to leave Cecilia. Cecilia works in my office. She's here. I'm going to leave her, I think about 10, yeah, 10. I'm going to leave her with 10 and she'll give somebody that appeals to her on every table. Lakini wajua msikae tu mkitaka ya bure. Hai hata nyinyi muingie kwa mfuko mnunue. Si mnaambiwa chanunua sanitary towels. So we have a lot of problems in this country, a lot, and a lot of discussions. But we have to get on our knees every day and thank God for this beautiful country called Kenya. The beautiful people of Kenya who are very hardworking and resilient. And while we're sitting here and enjoying this meal, tujue kuna wengi hawatakula leo. Hawajakula jana. Wako na shida kubwa sana. So when you are chosen, you know you're chosen. That's why you're here. Huh? When you're chosen to work with an organization like ActionAid, to actually wanakuita friend. Unajua kuitwa friend si rahisi. Unaitwa acquaintance siku hizi, colleague, peer, lakini unaitwa friend. Huh? So that means they hold you dear in their hearts to actually accomplish what they want to do in this country. So us as the Nairobi, my office as Nairobi Women Representative, we have the Gulf Fund. Lakini sijui kuna nini. Hii Kenya, kila kitu lazima tuende kotini. Sijui. So, okay, baba anaruhusa kwenda kotini. Sasa ile kuna shida. Only baba. Wale wengine hawafai kwenda kotini kila saa. So, kuna watu wameenda kotini sasa kusimamisha vetting of the PSs. Kuna wengine wameenda kotini kusimamisha vetting of the CCAs of Nairobi County. So, even kuna wengine wameenda kusimamisha CBA. Kuna wengine wameenda kusimamisha affirmative action. Sasa mimi nauliza, sasa tunataka tuwe na progress. How are we going to progress if every step we take, kuna mtu anapiga kifua anasema pia mimi nataka nijulikane, niambiwe hii or that. You know, litigation is not good when it's actually stopping progress. So you see, like right now, all the women reps who come in, and the new ones and the old ones, we can't even start giving bursaries. We can't even start doing affirmative programs. Why? Because we've been told stop. Lucky for me, I put a lot of money in the safe house, started the construction of the safe house. Kuna mwingine anasema hiyo safe house pale imewekwa, tunataka sisi tuandikwe, so tunataka public participation. It's a safe house, for heaven's sake. You public participate with stakeholders. You don't talk to everyone. And then you put up a safe house. Sasa anataka kusema, Mira, I want to be involved. I want to be told how was this safe house come out. And you, if you, and then anasema, I'm a taxpayer. Na akilienda KRA hata anafai. Anafai. Lakini amejua nikisema mimi ni taxpayer nitasikizwa. Let us be a nation that comes together to work. Okay, my presidential candidate did not win. Or the elections were my son. Whatever the case, we have a president right now called William Ruto. I saw him going to launch projects on housing. I don't want my people to live in slums. They've been living in slums for too long. So I'm going to try. I actually said I want to get into the Lands Committee because wanawake wanateseka silent. Kuna methods to do with shambas. Hata kuna maconmen wanauzia hizi maplots dogo dogo na mnapoteza pesa yenu. I also want to get involved in mentors housing. We don't want slums in this Nairobi. We don't want women living without dignity. We want people to get houses that are affordable. And I've seen there's lots of projects. So there's affordable housing and there's social housing. These are social housing, they're not that many, right? Like, I mean, I've seen there's about 200. If you have a development, the developer needs to make money. But even on the social house, right? The rent that you're paying in this Nairobi right now, or even more, you will pay less when you're getting an affordable house. So what you have to do is go to Bomayangu, register yourself, look at the housing projects that are there and start saving some money, 5,000, 10,000, whatever. So that when they ask for the 10% deposit, you have it, because there's going to be an ask for a 10% deposit. Okay, and I've also seen the ministry right now, because some of these circles that are collecting money for people are also not being honest. So when I said Nasako thinking that Sako is going to be the one that is going to go and book 20, 30, 40 houses, and then Wame squander some of that money. So we're trying to figure out how can we safeguard your money. So answer na Bomayangu, register, look at the houses. They're commissioning quite a number. I think Nairobi alone might end up with about at least 70 or 80,000 houses in the next 2 years. You want to be amongst the people that get those low-cost affordable housing. So affordable is different from social, right? Social, you pay less, all right? Because it's a 3%. Affordable, you're paying a negotiated rate with HFCK, etc., for about 9%. Why am I telling you this? Because some and most of the issues that women have is because of the lack of ability to own a property. Wangapi hapa wako na nyumba ambao ni title deed ni yao? Wekeni mikono juu nione. Yaani uko na title deed, nyumba ni yako. I mean, look at this. Only 2 women, 1 man, 3 women. Okay? So I want you to own houses. Do you understand me? And I want you to own those houses in your lifetime so that you can see it as an investment, a saving, so that your children can also have something. You know, my grandmother used to say, And she used to say that the first thing I got in the 50s was a house. There were these matchbox houses built in Machakos, and she got one. And she was so proud because she was married to a Muzungu, so I think she ended up with some good budget there to make the purchase. But at the end of the day, she had the house and she told me, Esther, if there's one advice I want to give you is make sure you invest and own a home. Kwa sababu ukishakuwa na nyumba na unajua ni yako, hakuna mtu atakufukuza. Unaenda tu sasa kutafuta chakula, hiyo ndio rahisi. So to empower each other, find a way to save. To empower each other, whatever knowledge you get from ActionAid, right? That has empowered you, share. You know, when you know something good and you sit with it, yet you yourself, you got to know because somebody told you. Do you know when you block the blessings of someone because you don't want to share information, then you cut your own blessings. You know, God rewards tenfold. So it goes both ways. If you're a loving and kind and generous person and you're willing to share whatever it is that you have been blessed with, then you know that you will get tenfold. Kama wewe uko na wivu na unajionea wewe, you only look at yourself, you want to look at your family, you want to look at your neighbors, you don't want to look at society as a whole. Hata ukiwa kwa matatu, ukiwa wapi, ukiwa kwa soko, ukiona huyo mama, mwambie mama, ushasikia habari ya boma yangu? Ushasikia ukiweka hata 2,000, 3,000 kila mwezi unaweza kupata nyumba kwa social housing. Start saving so that we can get more people owning houses. Women especially, and that's why I'm talking to all of you, because the majority of you that are here are women. Your empowerment will come from owning that asset. And I'm not telling you to own that asset, then you go and give it to a bank, then you borrow money, then the bank takes your house. I'm saying this is your home. Hapa ni pahali ambao you're not going to mortgage. This is your home that you're going to own so that when you're old, you have something that you call my place. You have something that you can leave your children. And then when you have those houses, I mean, I saw a social house in Mavoko, a 3-bedroom house. If you were in the social program, you would get it for 1.8 million. So you're paying 6,000 every month rent, and you're getting a 3-bedroom house, right? And you're getting to pay it in 25 years. If you pay 12,000, you'll pay it in 12 years. But can you imagine what we are doing? We're making sure mwanaume ako na room yake, mama na boyfriend wake wako na room yake, vijana wako pandi hii, watoto wako pandi hii. The reason why we have GBV is because we're putting our children in the same place with our many friends. Because tumesema sisi ni single mothers, si ndio? Sasa ukiwa na single mothers, my dear, do not take men to your home. Kwa sababu leo ako na wewe, kesho ataenda with your girlfriend, with your daughter. Wanaume wako hivyo. Wako hivyo. Anakuta leo kuna mchuzi chakula ina moja kila siku. Maana kama you don't want to push the week every day. Sasa wewe ukiondoka, it's your daughter. And that's why we're having confinement and teenage pregnancies. And you know, there's a movie, I'm about to go to see a movie. It's called Mazin. It's being aired today at Westgate Premium. And it's going to be aired a few days. And if you hear about Mercy, the movie, please watch it. It's a movie about a lady who was raped and what she went through after that rape. And the movie is trying to target nini wanaume. Abu musimameni hao he for she's kwa room. Musimame. Abu, I want to see you, the he for she's. Can you all stand? Simameni, he for she's. Hata chairman hapa. Simama. Nataka kuona wanaume. Nataka kuona wanaume. Wajua hashtag ya hiyo sinema ni think twice. Think sasa unasikia unaona mwanamke na unamwandress hata kabla hajatoa nguo. Ushaamua vile utaenda kumfanya, vile utamdominate, vile atakuwa mwanaume na dume. We're saying think twice. When you watch that movie and you see the pain that woman goes through, we want you to think twice. Kwa sababu ingekuwa mama yako, ingekuwa sister yako, na ingekuwa mtoto wako. I don't understand what is going on. Lakini juzi nimeona story, mwanaume ametoka bar ameingia chooni. Akawa sodomized. Umesoma hiyo story? Umesoma? So you're also endangered. So we better stop that habit. Sindio, let us be the citizens' arrest. Let us stop. We can sit down, but I want to continue thinking twice. So we have a lot of social issues, but we have an amazing country and we have the gift of life. So let us hold it together and hold this partner called ActionAid. Susan is committed completely to making sure that our organization and her partners, I met one of our partners here, do the right thing. We have so many organizations that are coming to this country to do the right thing. And we've also got some who are coming to this country to do the wrong thing. But at the end of the day, it is our country. We're the ones who can allow or disallow. You know, somebody once told me, slavery didn't happen because the whites came on their own. Hata sisi wa Afrika tuliparticipate, si ndio? Sisi ndio tulikuwa tunaingia kwa mashamba, tunachukua watu hao ambao wanakaa strong wa mandingos, tunawaleta tunaweka kwa cage kama tumbili, alafu tunangojea meli ikikuja, tunapewa pesa kidogo, wanapandishwa ndani, si ndio? So colonization didn't happen with us fighting. It happened because we allowed it. When we woke up and said enough is enough, see, we threw them out. So we could have stopped them from the beginning, isn't it? Because we threw them out in spite of the weapons that they had and the control that they had and the number of years that they've been here oppressing us, isn't it? So we had the strength, but we didn't have the will to stop them from coming in and abusing us, isn't it? So the same way, all the men, you have the will and the strength to think twice before you harm or abuse or defile a fellow human being. So we have a lot of work to do. I'm so grateful for those who voted for me. Those who didn't, I hope that I will prove worthy of your vote in the next election if I decide to stand. But all I'm saying, it takes a lot to be in this position. I believe I'm here to do God's work and to serve you. All right? So, in service to all of you, you know, some people think ATM. Honestly, it's so difficult. Honestly, I really know what an ATM feels like, and it doesn't feel good. When you go in and take your money, the ATM doesn't feel good. But anyway, it's I can't solve your problem by giving you a handout. I can solve your problem by showing you how we can come together and work hard. The government doesn't give us a budget for handout. It doesn't give us a budget for funerals. It doesn't give us a budget to assist in rent. You know what I mean? So all I want you to know is you are responsible for your life. I am responsible to see how within government we can make your lives easy. I mean, I am so proud that when I was a member of parliament in the last term, right, I went and I found Kenyatta University Hospital. It was an 8 billion shilling project that had been stalled for over 3-4 years. I made so much noise on social media. Uhuru Kenyatta saw it. He sent somebody from the World Bank who was in his office to come to the health committee. And he told me, you know, the president told me to come because you've been making so much noise on social media about this hospital in Kenyatta University. They went, they put in the 1 or 2 billion that was necessary to open that hospital. They finally opened it. And then I knew Professor Olive Mugenda was the one who was in charge of that hospital, the university and the building of the hospital. The vision, I went and I lobbied to make sure she got the job. And today I was saying that when we had COVID, Kenyatta University Hospital was a brain changer. It really helped. Then I found another hospital here in Korogocho. I found another hospital. And I said, what is this 300-bed hospital here stored? So this hospital has been here for over 30 years. It was even there before Mama Lucy. They started it and they didn't finish it. I went to the PS of health. She told me, I don't know about it. I said, PS, I'm going to pick you up. I'm taking you. I picked her up. I took her to see the hospital. Nyayo State Hospital. It's now called Margaret Kenyatta Hospital. I picked her up. I took her there. She saw the hospital. We sat with Kimani Ichung'wah, who was in budget. We found the budget of about 500 million. That hospital today is open. So those are the things I did in the health committee. I left the health committee and I saw it was not doing what I wanted it to do, but I opened 2 hospitals. So now I want to focus on housing. I want each and every one of you here. Follow me on social media. Take me from 750,000 to about 1 million followers. But I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. And you know, you have fun. I'm learning how to dance and do a few crazy things that Kenyans like. Kenyans, you know, I can post that I've done work. na sitapata likes. Lakini before Stephen go, hey, I made the likes. So, I'm giving you a balance. I'm giving you a balance of the good and the bad and the ugly, so that you can actually be able to chamka kidogo. But I want to educate you on how to get a social house, how to get an affordable house. Okay, if you can afford an affordable house and pay 10 or 15,000, take an affordable house. Don't go for the social house, mwachie ule mama ambaye yuko slums ambaye hawezi kuafford, si ndio? Because when you take something that is not yours, God, Mungu wajua anaona kila kitu. Me, I cannot see, maybe watu wa serikali hawataona, lakini wengine wataona, si ndio? So let us work together to have the best life yet. Okay? No matter how hard life is, the fact that you're alive is already a blessing in itself, isn't it? So I want to say thank you. I'm going to watch Mati, the movie. Man, think twice. Susan, thank you so much for the invite. As usual, I absolutely love ActionAid, and happy birthday. 50 years. 62 years. Thank you so much. I'll be a good looking 60. Wow. Wow. These are the stories we love sitting and just listening to them. They start small, they grow and become big. And the reason why we call our friends again is also to just let you know that that's little effort that you put wherever you are can change a life. And you get to hear about ActionAid's story and journey, you realize it was a philanthropist who came over, coming and partnering with a church, partnering with the young people. And by 1976, he said, no, this is now action in distress. And as we moved on towards 80s, we become ActionAid. And here we are counting 50 years. We started with around 80 sponsored children, and we've grown. We've been able to manage over 20,000. And that's not the only program that we have. So thank you so much. You've encouraged us. Enjoy the movie. Please buy our tickets.
Yes.
If ever looks like they have to have anybody. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to take this opportunity to invite ActionAid Kenya's board chair, Wakili Sam Muga, not from Nigeria, but from Kenya. And you know, when ActionAid started the internationalization journey, you'll also get to hear about it. This is when we started recognizing ourselves and asking ourselves, fine, we have ActionAid Kenya, ActionAid Uganda, Tanzania, UK, US. What is common about us? And we ended up narrowing it down to what we call internationalization. And around 2003, we started pulling our efforts together. But what was very common was that the individual countries will own ActionAid. That it's not going to belong to someone or an ActionAid country that has resources to give, because then it takes us to the power of resources. But we say the individual countries will be members of ActionAid and they will own ActionAid. And that is how we got into ActionAid International, a federation that has members who are affiliates, members who are associates, and also country programs. Today, we stand here as ActionAid Kenya, an affiliate to ActionAid International. And therefore, our board chair sits in the international board and votes and makes decisions. So welcome so much, Wakili Muga. And please, tumpigie makofi. I hope you know that the stairs are supposed to help us to catwalk.
Good evening. Thank you very much, Susan Otieno, for inviting me to give my brief remarks. And first and foremost, I apologize for walking in when the introductions were being done. Understand the board members who were being introduced. It was just a small hitch at the parking area. But we thank God that I walked in from Nigeria. So before I give my welcoming remarks, allow me to recognize the presence of Honorable Bernard Kitur. That's the Nandi MP. And yes, allow me just to invite him to give his remarks. You know, I think his Esther Pasaris had started us on a high note. So, Karibu, Mheshimiwa.
Am I supposed to walk like this or something? Good evening, everyone. The leadership of ActionAid and all the visitors that are able to join us today. As you find, my name is Bernard Kitur. I'm the MP for Nandi Hills, representing Nandi Hills constituency in Nandi County. For a fact, you guys just look great. I happened to sign on these elevated platforms. Wow, the diversity of Kenyans. It's been a while since I've been able to give an organized speech because for the couple of months past, we've been doing very haphazard conversations and you get somewhere and you see the way people behave and then you talk towards that direction. And somewhat it brought me here. Now, how did I come to know about ActionAid? One day in the evening, I was looking for, I wanted to build a very good laboratory. And I drove around some estate in Elbert, and I met, I was told that one of the finest food in town. So when I got to him, he told me, if you want a very good laboratory, let me take you. So he got into my car, he took me around, and it got late. It was around 7:30 in the evening. You can imagine going to someone's house at night. But he told me there is a lady by the name Roslyn. She has a very nice, she built a very nice laboratory. So I go to her house at 7:30. Of course, we are hearing the dogs could be there. And can you imagine someone coming to your house saying, I want to come and see your toilet? But interestingly, I found that they were cooking out there. So I was looking on saying, my name is Bernard. I am looking, I want to see how your toilet looks like. And apparently, and it was very interesting. So Roslyn is the gracious lady seated in front here. We had a conversation somewhat from 7:30 up to 12 midnight. I think we found several things that we were able to that fascinated her, and I was also very encouraged by the several things that she's been able to achieve as a woman. The following day, or I think some few days later, she paid a visit to an office that I have, or a factory that I have in Elbert. And when she came there, she was so amazed by the small things that we are doing there, that she told me, with this is not the end of it. I want to take you somewhere in Nairobi to come and meet the leadership of ActionAid. Now, this is what she found when she came to my office. It's a big building, and in one end, I have a cottage industry that makes balls, pure leather balls. On the other side as well, it has a tailoring unit. But the most I think that what captivated her most is when she noticed that there were some ladies that were working with us that we had picked them from there are these ladies when you want to kanga kwa streets kwa town. So I gave them a chance that instead of borrowing me the 50 shillings and tomorrow we do the same, are you willing to come? I train you, do something with your hands and make a living. And there are quite a number of them that ended up coming and they joined our factory and they are doing amazing work. We've been able to change over 100. We are close to 100 employees, but about 30 of them have come and they've gone to go start works and they're doing their small cottage industry on the sideline. And now on the other piece, I am into technology. Now that's very interesting. So in my office, I have a place where now Rosie was asking me, wow, so what is this for? So I told her, I noticed that many young people, there are some that finish POMPO and they have some intellectual capability that if they are trained, they can be able to do online jobs. So I got about 70, sometimes I could pick up to 50 that I've been able to buy for them online work accounts. They are able to get online writing. First of all, I come and incubate you. When you're able to stand, please fly away and go make a living out there. Interestingly, those that, because all of them have a WhatsApp group that they usually confirm. So during my campaigns, there is a time that they were able to fund my campaign almost every week, every 3. Just to say thank you to the efforts that they've done to improve their lives. So, so that is what fascinated her. But more than about that, there was something that we had innovated in terms of technology, and it's something I still believe with all of my heart will change the democracy and the way we elect leaders and give information to Kenyans. I think that's something that we still unveil. We were in Mombasa the last week, and we were also still debating on the same. There are some innovations that we will be bringing forth that I can tell you it will shape the future of Kenyan politics, and it's going to be technology. Now, of course, as Musaris had mentioned, we have come into Parliament at a very unique time that all Kenyans are very hopeful. Myself, I assessed the constituency where I come from. I come from a place we have very good climate, very good soils. And in the last close to 1 month or 2 months, thereabouts, I noticed in my region that if we were able to get water, we can be able to provide a lot of food. In fact, this conversation that is happening now with GMO, I don't know how far that will go. We issued a press conference the other day and it didn't work too well for us that are in government. But it is what we say. But to that end, I have been able, because when you're a representative of the people, you come to government and you source for the resources. About 3 weeks ago, we launched an irrigation, first of all, tapping of water and irrigation that would cost 103 million shillings, covering 1,500 families, and we are going to get 600 square hectares of land in my constituency. So I stand proud that in the last few months, that's some of the things we've been able to do. About a week ago, again, we launched a borehole, and when I realized the impact this is causing, and this is now a challenge that I'll bring to all of you, I called on to alumni of the school that I work in, because I'm in a school where children cross the road. You find girls in the morning crossing the road to go fetch water. And I say this shame must come to an end. And so I called upon Luminai's way in Nairobi, called on them to come into one discussion. And actually this morning, of course, we had a discussion yesterday. I had a team that went down there to confirm where we can get a borehole in my region. And I can assure, and I'm sure I'll be calling some of you, and it's also a challenge to you You are a leader in your own right. You can have an impact back at home. We'll be drilling before Christmas a borehole that is going to provide water to over 500 families and remove the shame of having the children in our primary and secondary school in our village having to go fetch water some hundreds of meters away from the school, with all the shame and everything else. We are going to raise over 2 million shillings together. And this is a challenge I want to throw it over to you as well, individually. Now, when it comes to ActionAid, I want to be a product of this organization. The kind of things I just went through this document, and I'll see the 50 things we've been able, the highlights. It's just amazing. Now, listen, I'm in government. We are in government. Anything you want, by the way, to see or buy it, direct. Any support that you want for you guys to be able also to propel your work and do your work well. Here we are representatives, and we have the access to the powers be for anything that you want to be done, any licensing, any form of doors that are closed. Here we are for this kind of purposes. Lastly, as you heard, I am into technology and I am a committee member in ICT, that is information, broadcasting, and innovation. Indeed, we want to change this country to be the source of innovators in Africa, looking at several things. To that end, the other day we had a meeting with the president and a lot of discussions. Of course, you'll be hearing a few things that we're doing just to be able to enhance some of the taxations that are being done on people on matters internet. I think the previous government decided to tax something called production input that deprives many young people to be able to make a living through the internet. Because when you tax 16% VAT on internet, and then you add on something called excise duty, 20%, for you to be able, you charge 36% on taxes for anybody to be able to access internet. That is extremely prohibitive. And one of those, because an excise duty in the past used to be called a sin tax. It's a tax that prohibits something. It's usually used on things like alcohol and tobacco and things like that. Now, we are going, as a discussion that we had with the leadership of this country, we want to make internet cheap, and each one of every young person who has a passion to be an innovator. You look at something and you can make a living on the internet. Here we are, the young people who are in parliament now, we want to open that space and we make billions and billions of money as young people and millions of dollars so that we can be able to change our lives and improve our lives. Anything around technology, here we are to support in this country. So with those few and many remarks, I look forward, to work together with all of us in any sphere. Na bado niko tu hapa. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bernard Kitur. Indeed, we are honored to have you today, and we are happy that you agreed to be a friend of ActionAid. So this meeting is actually in honor of friends of ActionAid, and we'll be getting in touch with you to see how we can partner. I like what you said about technology and the youth. And as ActionAid, you'll see one of the 50 highlights that we have in that pamphlet is a global platform that focuses on the youth. And we believe that youth and technology are the driving force of innovation and wealth in the globe, in the world. So we'll be happy to partner in that front. Equally, I want to appreciate what you've done in Eldoret by bringing, I like what you said that you went and picked people from the street to come and work and engage them in meaningful employment. I think that's something that is really laudable. And even for us at ActionAid, we like our focus is to bring people who are living in poverty and exclusion into meaningful work and employment by shifting their power, because we believe the power is with the people. Before, it would be a bit awkward if I conclude my welcoming remarks if I do not invite the vice chair of ActionAid board, who is Mary Pendo, and who is actually the embodiment of women in ActionAid. So allow me to invite her just to give briefly. Don't be like the politicians. Thank you.
ActionAid. ActionAid. Powering people. Thank you so much. My name is Pendo Mary, and as indicated earlier, I come from Homa Bay County. It's a privilege to be here. As a person, this is my 8th Friends of ActionAid event that I am attending since I joined ActionAid. So it has been a journey, and most of the times I am whom I am because of ActionAid. ActionAid has worked with me from 2012. Lina, is it? I think it was from 2012. Was it from 2012? 2013 that I have worked with ActionAid. Back then, I was a poor widow in the community. Then ActionAid came, held my hand, and yeah, they called me the vice chair of the board. Apart from that, I also work in Liverpool, in Homa Bay, and I'm a director of education in Homa Bay County. When I look at this, it indicates ActionAid at 50. And this year, we are supposed to commemorate our 50 years of existence. And in most cases, people will applaud others, but will forget those who have made it to become 50. So to our staff, wherever you are, congratulations, and thank you so much for doing what you're doing for us to reach at 50. If you would have not been there, then the communities will not be there. So thank you so much, and may God bless us as we still work to make the next 50 years, because the 50 years we've attained. So we want to make the coming 50 years a more better place for ActionAid. Because it is not my day, I will return back to chair. I will return back to chair, but the people at the bench, there's this song that I love so much. It's about ActionAid. Please look for it. I can smile.
Madam Pendo,
Yes.
if you will allow me, you've mentioned that ActionAid has walked with you a journey from being a widow to being the vice chair of the board. I think that is a story that would benefit many of us and would motivate many of us to speak out the people that we see in the community. Those who are silent, they are not silent because they don't have a voice, but they just need a hand, and you will give them the power, and it will also ignite the power within them. Would you like to share a little bit of that? I know it's an emotional story and journey, but it's what gives us the reason to be here today. And therefore, you become part of the reasons why we are celebrating, and we truly celebrate you. Thank you. Let's appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Susan. I'm a teacher by profession. And one day I was in school where I used to teach, was by the road. Then that vehicle was passing and the vehicle was branded ActionAid. It was during break time and I was outside with the children. And I remember telling my colleague, I really long to know what this vehicle is all about. I normally see it come and go. I would really want to know what ActionAid is. At that particular time, I lost my husband when I was only 24. My firstborn was barely 5 years old. Today, she's a second-year medical student. And as a girl, a young girl, I hadn't known more about life. You get a boy who cheats you that everything is going to be well, then decides to leave you before you know it. So in the first year of me becoming a widow, my husband passed on in 2008. Things started changing. You just go to the markets, and as a young girl, you meet your fellow women, and you, for my mother-in-law and my parents-in-law, you're wasting time. You ought to be at home and cooking. When you come home ready to cook, you're told, get away from my kitchen. So, and at a stage, my father-in-law literally told me, it would be sweet in mother tongue, but let me just try to say in English, girl, work hard. Because even me, I got this piece of lunch. So work hard so that you get your own. Forgetting that it is their son who influenced you not to go to college. I hadn't joined any college by then. How would I make money? Through what source? So these are questions that came on lingering in my mind. Then in 2013, I will refer to Lina because those are the first people who held my hand. Lina is by the door. In 2013, ActionAid came to Nyarongi in Homa Bay County. Then the chief invited me to one of the meetings. So in this meeting, I was like, oh, so I have a right. Okay. So I can tell them not to mistreat me. Oh, okay. So I started learning. And I became part of the network. And I was a secretary to ActionAid Nyarongi Women's Network. In this network, we would do work past midnight in case of a defilement case, in case of a GBV case. So this day, my father-in-law literally told me, out of my home. And I remember those days, our boss was called Davis. I went and cried and cried and cried to Davis. And Davis told me, why are you crying? From the network, we can see you are the strongest. Now, if you cry that your father-in-law has told you to walk out, then whom do we have to count on? Thanks to God, the new constitution came. And by this time now I was a teacher. I had joined college. Immediately after the death of my husband, my mother told me, if you don't go to school, you are finished. So my mother took me back to school. So I went to TTC for 2 years. And by 2013, I was a teacher already, teaching in a private school. And when the county government came, I applied for a position that by God's grace, I didn't get. It was a very senior position. The reason as to why by God's grace is that maybe if I would have gotten that position, I would be normal. Because in the first term of the county governments, money was sweet and it was there. I would have been influenced because I was still naive with the very many crafty things that happen. I work for county government and I know what happens in the county government. So I didn't get that position. Then another position came that was in line of my education, and I was appointed as one of the field officers in education. Then come 2016, I became a director. To date, I man 2 sub-counties. We have a new sub-county, the newest sub-county we have in another. So I man the 2 sub-counties. My journey to become whom I am, to stand and say no, that belongs to me, that position belongs to a woman, is because of ActionAid. As I stand here tonight, I have been a vice chair for the last 4 years, but by tomorrow in the evening, I will be retiring from this position. But as I go out, as I go back to the General Assembly, I am not the Pendo people used to know. I am a changed person. When Madam Pasaris was asking for how many women have their own title deeds, I do. I went for a loan and I told my husband, oh, I am married. Yes, I remarried. Yes, I was left active before. How would I, in no culture, you're supposed to be inherited. But how would I be inherited at 24, surely? Because the Bible says you're only a widow when you are
65 and above.
Even at this time that I'm standing here, I am not yet 40. So can I say I'm a widow? No. X, not for me. So I own a piece of land, and that little girl who was left is a medical student. Sasa mimi niko na daktari. If you have a son, better. Mheshimiwa uko na hapo wewe unataka? Yes, she's there. And today I am a mother of 4. 3 girls and a son. I adore them so much, but I adore ActionAid more, because even in my house, my husband does not play because he's living in my own house. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much, friends, for trying to work with me in so many ways. Yes, I want to speak. Nowadays, we are homeowners. Ukilala hapo shauri yako utafukuzwa. And in ActionAid, you are told when your husband tells you to go out of that home, tell him aende huko kwa yake. Because boma ni ya nani? God bless us all.
Are you guys happy? I know men are worried, but that's the reality of life, and that's the reality of today. And at ActionAid, we are unapologetic about women. Right. So I am in full support of my vice chair. Akicheza. Thank you very much, Madam Pendo. You can see that she's the real, if you look at Pendo, you see the ActionAid journey and how it can transform the lives of our people and our community. And that is why today we are celebrating ActionAid at 50. So let me also take this opportunity to recognize the following who are in our midst. That is Simon Nzioka, the Danish Refugee Council Country Director. Wherever you are, you're appreciated. Anton Wambura, Crescent Takapulsako, the acting executive director. Please most welcome. Christopher Nyaburi, Lake Victoria Talent Development Director. Please most welcome. Allow me also to recognize Matthews Kipturgo, National Council of Nurses, Principal Machakos. Please most welcome. Cleopas Lielele, Friends of Watoto Initiative, Community Director. Edwin Shamil, Together for Society, the Director for Together for Society. Also feel most welcome. Eunice Ndeche, Vijana Amani Pamoja, Director. Wherever you are, feel most welcome. And last but not least, Edwina Kwala, that is the Director of Kara Projects. Feel most welcome. Allow me also to recognize the presence of Honorable Joseph Makila, MP Baringo North. He's also a friend of ActionAid, and we've also gotten another friend, Bernard Kitul. So kindly feel most welcome. Let me now give my very brief remarks because my time has been taken up by Waishimiwa and the Vice Chair. So to the Chief Guest, Chibi Kilimo, our Executive Director, Susan Otieno, the Executive Board members of ActionAid Kenya, the General Assembly members of ActionAid Kenya, members of Parliament present, the staff of ActionAid Kenya, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Allow me to start by saying my name. My name is Sam Muga. I am the chairperson of ActionAid Kenya board. I became chair last year, and I am the 7th chairperson of ActionAid Kenya in its 50 years presence in Kenya. And you know, I always love number 7. So I was lucky to be the 7th chairperson of this great organization. I'm also privileged that ActionAid Kenya is celebrating its 50 years when I am the chairperson. So I am so happy to be given that opportunity to steer this organization at this very important time. Briefly, I feel honored. It's technology, Mheshimiwa, don't worry, which you so cherish. I feel honored today to be part of this, occasion, which is celebrating Friends of ActionAid. And I believe all of us, as Mheshimiwa said, at least we have a relationship and we have a story to say or to tell because of ActionAid Kenya today. So I feel really honored to be part of this and to celebrate 50 years of serving communities in Kenya. ActionAid has been very key in implementing government efforts in development, and we cannot take that for granted. So we appreciate that we've been working with government to complement their efforts towards development. And I want to appreciate everyone who has been part of the ActionAid impact story. We have so many stories. As I have said, in that pamphlet, you'll see 50 highlights of the stories of ActionAid. So I want to appreciate the people who have contributed to those stories. And I believe you will have time to read those stories. I also want to appreciate our partners and equally the community members who play a pivotal role in ensuring that sustainable change is achieved. As you've heard, ActionAid for 50 years, we've been working in communities, and these are communities that are living in poverty and exclusion. We've been in the trenches, in the remotest parts of this country, and our work has been supported by those communities and the partners. So today, we want to appreciate you and we thank you. If you were not there, today we'll not be celebrating 50 years presence in Kenya. And lastly, as we mark 50 years, I want to reiterate my support in championing for women's rights and challenging all forms of violence. Thank you for inviting me, and God bless you all.
Another round of applause for our panel. At this juncture, I'd like to call upon. Thank you. Our media team, please be on standby. There's a documentary that we'll allow you to see. And I'd like to call upon Lucy or Mercy to see how we can switch off the lights, just to give a better ambience so that they can view the video well. Now, it is a great milestone this year as ActionAid Kenya celebrates its Golden Jubilee themed Power in People, 50 years of changing lives, which reflects the impact of ActionAid's work in communities. ActionAid International Kenya is part of the ActionAid Global Justice Federation, working to achieve social justice, gender equality, and poverty eradication. So what we're about to show you is just a glimpse of the work over the last 50 years. Remember to keep the hashtag going on our social media, ActionAid at 50, and friends of ActionAid, and we will be giving gifts for those who are interacting with us on social media. So media team, when you're ready, please play the documentary, and I'd like to put Collins Olang on standby. Thank you.
ActionAid was started in 1972 by a gentleman known as Cecil Kobe. He was a philanthropist, truly driven with a passion to support and assist communities and to help communities to change their lives, to move away from poverty, but also most importantly was to do it through supporting and assisting children and their families, through schools, through the community institutions like health centers, ensuring that communities had access to water, communities were able to receive relief during times of distress. So in around 1980s, ActionAid therefore started restructuring and reorganizing its approaches. And this is where we started talking about basic education support programs that were earmarked towards supporting children into school and getting children to be in school. Every child is the right to be in school. And this is why we find that ActionAid was very key in the Education for All campaign, that by the time we were getting to 2002 when President Kibaki was coming to power, he went in to declare that every child must be in school. That for us was an achievement of a journey and making sure that every child is in school. The next one is also the skills training and employment promotion program, whereby we're looking at those who may not have been lucky or fortunate enough to be in school, but they were now able to be trained to have skills that will enable them to earn some income, also were also taken care of. And then we have the community support programs. What are these programs that the communities would come up with, together with ActionAid, that would support to build and alleviate poverty. ActionAid Kenya believes that women are the face of development and prosperity in whatever society that exists. And this then means we need to understand their situation, the context that they live within. And if you look at Kenya as a country, Kenya being a patriarchal country, where most of our communities are patriarchal, which believes in male dominance, then it leaves the women in a situation where they are vulnerable, where they are the face of poverty, where they are those that are undergoing violations that are deemed to be normal. This then places them as the right constituents to look at and to prioritize within our development programs as an organization. ActionAid is an organization that seeks to bring justice and fulfillment of rights to the people that it works with, and looking at the situation that I've described, which places women at the center of rights violations, at the center of poverty, and the face of all injustices. Then they are the right constituents to target and work with, and they are the people who should hold power. And so in our programming as ActionAid, we are deliberate to ensure that they are the beneficiaries, they are the leaders, and they are the voices that speak and bring about change within a community. Looking at the statistics in the world, 1 in every 3 women has undergone a type of violation. 200 million women and girls in the world have undergone FGM. All these statistics place women at a vulnerable space, and then organization, a women's organization, actually Kenya puts them at the center of what they do.
Ni grupu ya mama ambapo wameungana pamoja kupigana na dhuluma ambazo zinaathiri wanaume na wasichana. Na hii grupu ilianza 2012, lakini they start 2016 na Department of Social Service. Kamude kulikuwa na challenges nyingi sana, kulikuwa na changamoto nyingi kwa wamama. Na hiyo changamoto ilikuwa ukeketaji ilikuwa sana. Wasichana walikuwa wanaonekana wakiwa wakike, na tena wanaishi, na tena wanadegosiwa, wanafunguliwa, wanaachwa wakiwa watoto, pia wanabeba watoto. Lakini nikawa taratibu nilikuja, nikasikia, kuna shirika ambapo ilikuja na imetangaza kama inafanya kazi na mama na wasichana na jinsi ya kusimamisha dhuluma ambazo zinapata wanaume na wasichana. Tulisafanya aje tushikane na Mungu. Tuliomba hiyo tulikuja pamoja kuanzisha tukapatana na wao ili kama tunabarikiwa kwa pamoja. Wakati tulipatana sisi wenyewe ndio wa kwanza walitutoa kwa ile kisa tulikuwa ndani. Baada ya kuungana, wamama walianzisha hii shamba na walipewa water farms. Wale wamama wameungana wakafanya kazi ili waamsha wale wamama wenzao. Hizi shamba zote wamama inatumia water farm ambayo iko pale ndio ina supply sahihi. Waliambiwa kama mko na uwezo unaweza kujitengenezea kwa mama uko huru.
The work around this involves ensuring that the soils that people plant their crops are healthy, water is being conserved, in the whole scenario of ensuring that seed sovereignty is achieved, but also ensuring that there is skills and capacities in the communities and the women that we work with to be able to undertake agricultural systems that are resilient to the livelihood, particularly the planet and the environment that they live in. Basically, what we do under this very projective look at starting from the land aspect, whereby we ensure that women that are living in poverty and exclusion, they are able to achieve 3 very critical rights: the right to access land, the right to own, is control the process. And here we look at the environment, how these policies reduce it, and then the women to be able to achieve this. But very critical also to this is how the women are able to benefit from the resources that are available, looking at the whole value chain of the resources, and see how women can be able to colonize and participate in the value chain.
As actually educated, we've walked this journey through and through. Then the big question there is what next after the 15 years? And partnership is key. We believe community empowerment is key. We still believe that the conversation around rights can never be stopped. Whether it is climate justice, economic justice, and any other form of justice towards communities and also women looking and exclusion. And this is why we are keen that as we look into the future, as we look into the 15 years, we want to bring people on board to help us talk about what does the next 15 years hold for ActionAid and other similar organizations, so that we can also map and chart our journey into the next 15 years. But we believe that the next 15 years still has relevance for ActionAid in Kenya, but also as an influence in the region, and also at the global.
Amazing. A round of applause. Everybody welcome together. Documentary that really summarizes the 50 years of ActionAid. And of course, for more information, please look into your pamphlets, your brochures. It highlights the 50 things that ActionAid has done to impact society. At this juncture, I'd like to welcome Collins Olang, the National Project Manager, Education for Life Project, just to give us a reflection on what we have just watched. Mr. Olang, a round of applause, please. My understanding is the protocol is this is a patchwork, so act accordingly. Yes. Our leaders have shown us how it is done. Show us your style.
Thank you very much. Susan, I hope I've done well. If not, I think I'm better than the chair. Right, thank you very much. And I know we've all enjoyed the video. It's a short one. It really summarizes what ActionAid has been able to achieve. I want to tell you a story. I was once a teacher, and a trained teacher. You remember after Form 4, those opportunities that you get to engage with the classroom as an untrained teacher, as you wait to join campus. And I have a lot of respect for teachers. So whenever you go home, sometimes you get your teacher who probably taught you in class 3 or 4. And then when he or she sees you, then she tells people around her, unaona ule alipita kwa mkono yangu. Okay? Ule alipitia mkono wangu, right? And I know for us who are in this room, ActionAid has touched our lives in one way or the other, either directly or indirectly. And I want to take this opportunity to just engage with us. A reflection on the video, on the good stories that we've had from the previous presenters. We know any order, just personal reflections on ActionAid and what we've had about ActionAid so far. Anyone wants to start first? Maka? Please help Maka with the microphone.
If you just stand in front, you can use it.
Hello. Kwanza anasema nikianzia kabla sijaenda
Video. Nikisimama hapa nasema I'm proud to be a woman.
Wow.
Kwa nini? There was a time nikiwa kwa community ambayo ninaishi na wao na nimeolewa pale, niliregret, nilisema why? Kwa nini Mungu ametuumba sisi wanawake? Si angewacha tu wanaume wakae dunia, wanawake wangekaa afadhali. Kwa sababu yale mateso ambayo kwa tunafanyiwa katika jamii, hata kwa household. Mimi nimeolewa nikiwa mdogo, nimedanganywa akili na mwanamume. Nimeolewa nikiwa mdogo na nika drop out school. Niliacha shule kwa mtu. Mbona switi nini? Nikasema shule ni ya nini? Afadhali yeye. Kuoleka nimeenda nikakanyaga supu kwa moto. I regret. Nilisikia uchungu sana. Nilienda kwa wazazi wangu. Wazazi waliniambia, wewe ndio ulichagua uolewe mapema. Kwa hivyo kana bwana yako. Nilirudi nikakaa na yeye. Lakini yale mateso ambayo nilipitia, Mungu ameleta action. Unajua Mungu hafungi mlango zote. Nikiwa Kamude 2013, ndio shirika la ActionAid walitangaza, nilisikia kwa radio, na nilisikia wakimove na gari yao hapo Kamude. Siku hiyo walikuja kufanya data collection. Community wanaume ndio waliulizwa kama kuna wamama ambao walisoma. Walisema hakuna. Hata pesa hakuna. Ndio sasa hivi kwa nyumba. The only place ambayo nakubaliwa ni kwenda toilet. Nikienda toilet narudi kwa nyumba. Ni kutoka hapo jikoni, kupikia, kurudi, kufua, kurudi. Hakuna kazi nyingine mimi nafanya. Bahati nikakuwa na safari Garissa. Nikapata gari ya ActionAid pale. Nikawaendea. Nikaomba lift. Wakati niliomba lift walinisaidia. Sijui kama mko na hiyo video hiyo foto. Wakati mimi siko na simu. Mambo ya foto sikuwa nikijua. Lakini sidhani kama ActionAid watakosa picha yangu saa hiyo. Wangekompea. Wangekompea. Niliomba lift nikasaidiwa, nikielekea Garissa. Nikaanza kupiga story. Niambia, na wewe unaongea Kiswahili na kuliambua hakuna mama mwenye amesoma hapa. Kama mimi nimesoma lakini wamama hawakubali kutoka nje. Tukapiga story, nikaenda Garissa, nikarudi. Nililala na hiyo stress. Jinsi ambavyo niliweza kukutana na shirika, tupatane, tulitoka kwa hiyo visa. Nilitumwa my first training, nilitumwa Voi. Nilienda Voi. Kuenda Voi niligoziwa. Na niliambiwa I was divorced. Niliambiwa hauna uwezo wa kurudi kwa hiyo nyumba. Watoto ni wangu. Ati wewe ni mwanamke na unaenda kutembea? That was how I was answered by my husband. Lakini nilikuwa nimejenga kidogo. Niliona nilitarudi tu. Kwani akipiga kelele nikinyamaza. Kigonga nikinyamaza. Nilikuwa nampatia nafasi. Niliteseka. Lakini shukrani. Nilijengwa uwezo na shirika. Nilijengwa uwezo na shirika na nikashikwa mkono na nikajua kweli niko na haki. Kweli niko na haki na kweli wamama wako na haki. Ndio nilisema mchoyo. Unajua mchoyo? Mchoyo ni nani? Mchoyo.
Mchoyo unaita ita nani mchoyo? Nikikuta wewe bado ni mchoyo. Inamaanisha nini?
Mimi ni mchoyo.
Dunia hii mchoyo ni yule ambaye amesikia maneno mazuri ama mafunzo ameyapata na hamsaidii mwenzake kupata. Huyo ndio mchoyo duniani. Shirika la ActionAid Kenya ile organization wakati ilikuwa ilianzisha na sababu. Na sababu yao ilikuwa kufanya kazi na wamama ambao wamekanyagwa wako chini. Nani walitoboa. Na tunasema asante kwa shirika. Hii video ambayo uliona saa hii wamama wako kwa shamba. Hiyo shamba hawakuenda tu. Tulistruggle pamoja na wamama. Kamune women network tulianza tukiwa watano. Ile fimbo niligongwa. Saa hii alama iko. Na an old man. Lakini hata hivyo nilikuwa na lengo. Na lengo langu ilikuwa kubadilisha tabia yangu na kubadilisha tabia ya mama jirani wangu. Sikujali ile fimbo niligonga. Baada ya kushikana na community, nilikuwa natembea usiku. Siku nikitembea mchana. Wakati wazee wanaenda msikiti kuswali saa 2 ya usiku, ndio mimi naenda nyuma. Naenda kuongelesha bibi yake. Ndio anipate. Nilikuwa nafanya kampeni usiku. So I was saving my life na nilikuwa na save life ya huyo mwanamke asigongwe. Nilikuwa na change pole pole. Nilihakikisha jirani zangu wote niliwabadilisha. Tukashikana na wao. Na shirika ilitembea na sisi step by step. Step by step. Ama kutuacha. Paka tuliform hiyo group, tukapatana na shirika. Lina was there wakati nilikuwa na sijui kama akona photo yangu. Lina na Yusuf, Francis, Machidundu walikuwa pale. Wale wakati tulipatana na shirika. Mliona wamama kwa shamba, si ndio? Hiyo shamba wa community walikuwa pastoralists. Walikuwa watu wa kuhama. Wamama hawakuwa na yao. Tuseme fact. Ukiona mtoto ni Somalia ikasi. Wanaume wetu wanajua mwanamke amemnunua kutoka wazazi wake. Akamleta kukana kuishi na yeye. Bahati wakiwachana, mwanamke anatoka na ile dira amepata peke yake ndio anatoka nayo. Hivyo ndio vile tuko na funzo. Ndio tumeishikilia. Lakini saa hii wacha ufunguliwe. Wacha divorce ikuje. You move with everything. Lakini kama nyumba ni yake, unajishikilia na unatoa sauti yako. Kwa sababu uko na watoto. Dada zangu nilipitia shida. Wakati tulianza shamba, mfugo ilikuwa imeisha. Wazee wanaenda kutafuta yale kidogo ambayo wanapata, wao ndio wanakulia miraa. Hawaangalia hawakumbuki watoto. Mama anateseka na mtoto. Just imagine mtoto hapo kwa nyumba. Anataka kalamu kutoka mama. Na unaambiwa you don't have a right to move out. Utaenda kutafuta wapi? Kama umeambiwa you don't have a right ya kutoka nje, kwenda kumtafutia mtoto wako. Uko kwa nyumba. At the same time, mtoto anakukuja na kuambia mama mimi sina kalamu, mama mimi si chakula. Just imagine hiyo ufungu yote. I wish nilikuwa naambia madam, ikeni Kamude. Kamude imebadilika. Wamama wamebadilika. Wamama wako na dawari. Sijui kama Wakristo mnakuwa na dawa ya wanawake wakati wanafungua ndoa. Wanawake wa Somalia wanafungua dawa mwanamke wakati anafungua ndoa, anafungiwa aidha ngamia, ng'ombe ama mbuzi. Haya yote ilikuwa inachukuliwa na wazazi, baba ndiye anakuwa anachukua. At the same time bwana hakupati, unaishi na yeye deni. Ni deni. Unaishi na yeye kwa deni. Na dini inasema huyo dawari ni mwanamke na ni haki yake. Hatakuwa tunapewa. Sasa hii kama kijana hajaingia kwa mguu yako kila kitu unachukua kwa wapi? You make sure. Because you got there. Umelipwa. Na sio baba yako anachukua. Sio baba yako anachukua na sio yeye anabaki nayo. Sisi ndio tunachukua. Tuko na haki na hiyo ni haki yetu.
Asante sana.
Wakati shamba tulianza, tuliambiwa baba wako na uwezo gani ya kulima? Kwani sisi binadamu tuliambiwa mama ati wanasema wako na haki, ati wanataka kuwa na shamba yao. Kwa mama kweli wanaweza kuwa na shamba? Ile shamba Kamude saa hii iko ni ya wamama, wale wamama ambao walikuwa wanaishi kwa hali ya maskini na wale walikuwa wanafanya ukeketaji ya wasichana. Tumewaleta pamoja ndio waachana na mambo ya kukeketa wasichana. Wameungana na wafarmers. Sasa hivi wako na shamba yao na wanajitegemea. Wao wenyewe wanajitegemea. Mambo ya mwanamke kuwa kwa mkono ya wanaume tumetoka. Na hakukubali tena. Kama sijatoka niko na MB wetu hapa. Yes. Swali yangu ni mkiwa kwa pale. Swali yangu mkiwa kwa pale. Na nini umechaguliwa na wamama? Wanaume ni kidogo tu wanachagua. Wanapiga kelele ni wamama. Uko na budget gani ya wamama?
Asante sana. Thank you very much, Martha. And I think we will stop there. We will have an opportunity as we will be doing the gallery walk. We'll have an opportunity to interact further so that we, get to learn more and get to appreciate what ActionAid has been able to achieve in the last 50 years in Kenya. So thank you very much, and back to you, Cindy.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause for that community voices and amplifying the amazing work that ActionAid has done the last 50 years. I think it's time now for a bit of entertainment, don't you think so? Yeah. We have a fantastic group called the Mwaki Youth CBO, also known as Massive Channel. They have a song prepared for Madali Meza and a stage. They've prepared a special song for us, so ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Mwaki Youth CBO. Massive Channel. Bring the stage to your part.
Sisi tunaimba, tunaburudisha kwa tunaishi. Wote tunaangalia muziki ili kwanza ndio kwa kundi la wacheza pamoja ili kuweza kufanya sasa. Kwa ngoma ya rumba na uwezo wa kweli. Sasa tunacheza hivi kwa leo. Napenda sana. Nataka kusoma kutoka kwa mtu mmoja sana. Sio mmoja sio kumhubiri. Na kujifunza sisi. Tunachojua sisi leo. Na usema sawa sawa. Hebu kwanza niseme. Nataka nisikie tu wote wakisema kwa sababu hapa kila mtu tunakomesha dhulma, si ndio? Dhulma, dhulma, tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Dhulma, dhulma, tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Dhulma, dhulma, tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Kali siku zinavyosogea, mikosi dhuluma zinaongezeka, kama wakishikana pamoja bisa dhuluma, Wakenya si tushikane mikono, tuwalinde watoto wa kike, vijana tuepuke picha ya mitandaoni, kazi si tuvute, tukafanya matendo mabaya kama kila kona, kwa mama hapa Kenya huduma wanakosa, serikali mashirika tushikane mikono, Ushiriki wa Kenya, ushiriki wa Kenya, tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Watoto baba mama wanataka kula, uchumi unazorota, kazi tena hakuna, ndoa zinavunjika, wawe korona, mama vibanda kutokuhangaika, biashara hakuna, watoto deli wanaviaja. Zakijisia, kila kona kwa mama hapa Kenya, huduma wanakosa, serikali mashirika tushikane mikono, tukomeshe dhulma, tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Mama zimepokelewa kwa jamii, kuna zimezizidi, kila kuna kilio, mama tukimbilio, tumezisentishio, tumeza mapema, kesi zimetikisa this fight, kwa sababu shule ilikuwa until further notice, ili basi, shule tulifu makazi, mama tuka machozi, na shughuli kama kutokea siku ni close. Tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Tutawacha nini wa Kenya? Mbeka kuta kuteseka, wanaomba fuliko maduka yasisadika, kijana na mabaka, wanaliona kwenda ndozi na hakika, wanasindika, machozi kutoka tena nidondoka, kesho siku hiyo ujazito na tena just because, wanalipata zito la COVID-19, labda niulize, wewe nchini, tunakisia kuacha nchini, report test kopia simu, 0800 720587 au tuma SMS kwa 21094 ujumbe ujumbe utoe kimalimu.
Na ya 50 years. Ama kuna ya 50 years, si muhimu baba.
Nasema asante kwa hiyo nafasi kutusikiza. Sisi tunatoka Kenya, kutoka Uganda. Unaweza pale YouTube uweze kutazama zetu tumulike pamoja.
Another round of applause, please. If we can help our members of parliament reach 1 million followers, surely we can help them reach 1 million subscribers, isn't it? Yeah. Because it's monetized. They don't need to know that. For every 100,000 subscribers, they get money. 1 million, they get more. So please make sure that you subscribe. Now that we are in this mood of entertainment, I thought, why not bring another group before we hear more community voices? Capons Winning Youth Poem Orators have promised a poem that will move us because it's all about celebrating 50 years. So, you know, usually before a performance comes on stage, I go and I ask, do you have a track? Does the DJ have the track? Is it cute? They said, no, all we need you is to introduce us and then the track will come later. And they assure us that when the track drops, we will all be standing. So you have all been warned. After they give their presentation, when the track drops, they want all of you to stand and dance. If not, DJ and a repeat, where we can, isn't it youth empowerment? Yeah. So we teach you a few youth words. DJ and I win it again to the top. And then tunakatika now. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Capons Winning Youth Poem Orators. Up next on the stage with a performance for us. They're all the way from Makueni County, and they are part of ActionAid Kenya Local Rights Program. Another round of applause, please. What's in the stage? Come on to my okay. That here way, they come our way.
I got working, yes.
Lovers of great stories, development, sustainable changes, great achievements, they become. Individual story. Hence, this is our promise. Activity of when reverse. Hence, we celebrate 50 years of partnership and sustainable change. We need proven challenges in life. We made in 72 in Kenya. Yes, change not alone. ActionAid initiated and supported women movements in the 12 counties to fight for violence against women and girls, fulfillment and mutilation, child marriages, not forgetting land and property rights violation. By organizing and growing women rights network for collective power and action. Kojata siwezi karanga, oelai, shagala bagala, niko tayari kulipa gharama, sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Lakini kuna nuru gizani.
The introduction of zero violence SMS platform, very secure, confidential reporting system for survivors of gender-based violence, safe houses for survivors of GBV, psychosocial, legal, and medical support in access to justice.
Alafu, kuna hii hapa.
Political women membership,
Coaching and empowerment. Hapa, chagua mama campaign. secure the numbers, deliver the agenda. 38 women elected into various political positions. The transformational leadership forums. School, health, and water committees to make one love team.
Oh,
Can't forget the big power.
women were dependent economically
Through
through time-based analyzation.
we were announced by the
Provision of DRPS from the DSLS to empower women economically and improve livelihood. Wakati ni sasa na tumejipanga.
women lands ownership. What? The stereotype is now outdated. Do you remember the Kilimanjaro campaign? The Charter of Women was developed. At that time, the individuals got title deed, and 215 joint title deeds with their spouses. Oh, we get it.
Boys and girls forums in schools
To instill life skills
and to build girls' confidence.
to clear education and set leadership position in school assemblies. Wasichana to go county in Mombasa County and the people is the minister of participation.
Tufunge mlango kwani sisi wanawake.
No, stop the mockery. ActionAid it. Dignity restored, faith-based, classroom rehabilitation, distribution of sanitary hours, and personal hygiene talks.
The global platforms strengthening youth movements for advocacy,
Climate justice, economic opportunities and decent work, sexual harassment, #CampusMeToo. Sexual harassment was rampant in higher learning institutions. Mashinani,
Tuko.
rehabilitation of water sources and coins. Let go beyond. Safaricom Foundation launched Kitisa Mukambeni Water Project in Makueni County. Asante sana. Agroecology. Kilimo bila wasi. Kitchen gardens. Irrigation campaigns. Drought resistant crops programs as enhanced food security. Through over 1,000 households through innovative community consulted solutions. The activist movement in the 13 counties. Network for youth-led activism. Activista for environmental rights. Activista, action for base. $1 can save a life. Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. I'm just saying everyone, depending on time. Everybody, come on, come on. I haven't recited a poem with that many words in a while. The least we can do is support them by dancing with them. All right, our sound guy is officially the DJ. I am. We are watching, we are watching. You don't want to contribute. You want to get on the friend. All right, let's talk about the leadership. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Pepper's Remy. Good collaborators, one more time. Our data graduation is still dancing. Yes, still dancing. All right. Please take a seat. A bit of a commercial break is not too bad. You know, some of you have not stood up since I think 6 p.m. when we started. So thank you so much. Please, another round of applause. Thank you so much for highlighting all the major points. And of course, please look to your brochure on your table just to learn more about 50 ways that ActionAid Kenya has impacted and 50 things you can do to join this impact journey. Now, I've been told it would be an injustice to move on without giving one of our community voices a chance to speak. Her name is Jessica Ndinda. Child sponsorship is a mechanism that ActionAid International Kenya uses to raise funds for development purposes. Before I go ahead, Jessica, I beg your pardon. Jessica Ndinda, are you here? It would be nice if you raise your hand, because now if everyone is walking, I'm assuming that's Jessica. All right, if Jessica Ndinda is not here, that is okay. It is very okay. But she was meant to come up and talk about the child sponsorship, which I understand is a very, very integral community voice. Dorcas Carissa, are you here? Is Dorcas Carissa here? Thank you. Dorcas, please give a round of applause as she comes on the stage. We have many community voices. We've already had from Resilient Livelihoods. That is the amazing Maka Kasim who's given us such a good insight as to some of the challenges they face up north. And a very good challenge to our leaders here. We wait to hear the reply. But at this juncture, it is my honor to give the mic to Dorcas Carissa from Kilisi to give us very brief remarks on girl education challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dorcas.
Good evening. My name is Dora Carissa from Kilifi, Marafa, LRP. Niko hapa hii siku ya leo. Mimi nitaongea Kiswahili. Ninafurahi kuwa hapa kwa sababu sikuwa nadhani ninaweza kusimama mahali kama hapa. Lakini ninashukuru venye nimesimama hapa. Kama haonielewi Kiswahili basi utanisamea. Katika maisha yenye nilikuwa naishi haikuwa maisha mazuri vile. Hii shirika la ActionAid ninalishukuru sana, tena sana. Kwa sababu nilikuwa niko nyumbani, nilikuwa nimekaa tu. Kabla nikutane na hii ActionAid, nilikuwa nimedrop shule. Kwa sababu kule kwetu kuna ile hali ya kutengwa. Yaani uko msichana na mvulana ndo anakuwa kipaumbele, alafu msichana unabaki. Kwa hivyo ulikuwa ukienda shule, ukirudi kwa sababu huna school fees, nyumbani hakuna school fees. Kwa hivyo huyu mvulana anaangaliwa arudi, lakini wewe msichana utabaki kama siku 2-3. Sasa maisha ya kula kuwa kwa wiki uende mara 2, kwa wiki uende mara 3, mpofika class 6, ikawa hiyo hali imekuwa ngumu, nika drop. Sasa nikaanza kuangalia maisha venye yalikuwa yakienda. Yalikuwa yananipeleka sana. Sikuwa nadhani kuwa naweza kusimama na mimi. Nikawa napata muongozo huko mbele. Hata nilikuwa kwa mfano nende kwa mkutano na nikaona wanawake wenzangu kama hivi wamekaa smart. Nasikia wivu nasema kwani wale waliumbwa vipi na mimi niliumbwa vipi? Sasa nikawa na maswali katika hayo maisha. Nikawa napitia hali ngumu. Chakula nijitafutie, mambo ya kutumia ya wasichana nijitafutie. Sasa nikawa nimekuwa kasichana kakubwa. Kuna kila mwezi msichana ni ulipe ada, niweko na visodo, sina pesa visodo. Tukawa ni challenge. Lakini ilipofika 2019, sasa tukapata watu wakasema kuna shirika la ActionAid limekuja linataka wasichana wenye walitengwa wainue. Basi nikafikiria, nasema acha mimi niingie nione kama hii plan A ni fair, kama plan B inaweza kunisaidia at least niangalie maisha. Nikaingia nikaandikwa, tukaenda kwa Catch Up Center, tukaanza kufunzwa, tukafunzwa communication, life skill, tukafunzwa entrepreneurship. Sasa tukaendelea pale. Tulipomaliza huo muda, kwamba sasa ni wakati umefika ujichagulie pale kwenye unataka upeleke, kama ni shule ukasome kile chenye unataka kusoma ili uone unaweza kuinuka. Na mimi nikafurahi. Sasa nikaangalia hizo course, ni course ipi naweza enda kujifunza na mimi nikainuka. Nikaangalia na nikasema acha nichukue course moja, ambayo hiyo course hiyo hata kama mimi sikusoma, lakini hata kama mtu alisoma, hata kama uko na degree 5, baada atanihitaji. Sasa madam akaniita akasema sasa bora chagua nataka hivi. Mimi nikasema mimi nataka fashion design. Akasema kwa rice still ukitoka kwa bed uvae nguo na mitaji. Hakuna mwenye kwa nguo hapa. Na hiyo nguo haijajisona yenyewe. Ni mtu kama mimi ndo nakusika hapo. Kwa hivyo mimi nikaenda Marafa, nikaenda kuanza pale, nikaendelea. Nashukuru niliendelea vile nilivyokuwa nikiendelea. Watu wakasema hata yeye amepelekwa shule. Kwani hiyo shirika iko vipi? Sasa pale mwanzo walichukua kama ni jokes. Hawatapelekwa mahali na chezewa tabaki pale. Lakini sasa kwa naangalia maisha yanapitia. Afadhali nishikane na hii shirika kama nitatoka. At least na mimi hao maisha yangu nipate mwangaza kule mbele. Sasa nikaenda hivyo, nilipopelekwa hapo shule na nikaendelea pale shule. Pale shule nikaendelea kusoma. Sasa nilipofika huu mwaka this year 2022 mwezi wa 7 nikaenda kufanya exam. Na nilipotoka kwa exam nikaenda nyumbani, na tuliporudi nyumbani tukaiba tukapata startup kits, tukaenda na tukapata machine tukaweka, na sasa hivi naendelea kusoma. Na hata hii nguo nimevaa ni sana mwenyewe. Juzi nikapigwa simu na manager akasema kuna results zimetoka, na akasema umefaulu sana. Umepata kwa kama wapi? Nimeshukuru kwa sababu siku anaweza kwa mimi nami naweza soma mpaka nikapata certificate, lakini sasa hivi nina certificate. Hata kama si huko kwingine, lakini huko kwa nimevaa niko na certificate. Sisi tunanitoa mbali. Kwa sababu siku anadhani nami naweza kupata certificate imeandikwa dola Karisa. Lakini nashukuru kwa sababu niliendelea pale. Yuda akanipigia akasema majibu alikuja, certificate sitakuja, lakini kuna results zimekuja hapa wako level number 1. Nikafurahi. Kwa hivyo nashukuru kwa sababu kule kwenye nimetoka ni mbali. Sikuwa naweza kutafuta, yani 100 nitafute mwenyewe kwa mkono wangu, iwe ni jasho langu. Sikuwa naweza, lakini saa hii hivi si ni wakati wa season. Kwa maana nilipigia simu hata tatizo leo 1 ama 2. Aliacha tatizo sahihi kwa kile. Yaani nashukuru Mungu. Hata mimi nimesafiri huko nimefika hapa. Nashukuru Mungu. Hili shirika limenitoa mbali. Tulikuwa tumetengwa. Nyumbani hakuwa kuna mtu anakujali. Kulikuwa kuna mtu mwenye anakuhesabu. Lakini sasa hivi kunaweza fanyika kitu. Kwani dola iko wapi? Na mimi nani nahitajika? Leo hii ni Mungu haki. Ni Mungu. Sasa anasema Mungu awabariki. Wale wote wenye wameungana na wakati wale maisha yangu pale kwenye yalitoka. Mungu hata waacha. Kwa sababu hata katika kitabu cha Waebrania 6:10 Mungu anasema si mdhalimu hata sahau kazi yako wewe. Kwa hivyo kama ulishughulika kwa kazi yako kama mwenzako mahali pabayo kamuinua, Mungu hata kuacha kwa njia nyingine. Mungu awabariki.
For those who did not understand her presentation, please look to the booklet. It is point number 48 on the 50 things you should know about ActionAid and the amazing program that has benefited her, gave her an education, and empowered her to be the woman that she is today. Speaking of education and children, I'm a fundraiser by profession, and I help raise funds to support cancer patients through free support services. And we now partner with school-going children because we want kids to know at a young age that prevention is important. And for young girls, for example, HPV vaccine can help them reduce their chances of getting cervical cancer. Where am I going with this? It's important to start philanthropy in schools. For those who are fans of the World Cup, have you seen what the Japanese fans do after every World Cup? They don't just cheer and go back to their tents or their hotels. They clean up because it is a policy that is taught from the time they are children. And that is why it is my honor and pleasure to introduce Masi Itari to talk about the Big Me program and how ActionAid is working in partnership with school-going children to create an impact in society. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand of applause, please, for Masi Itari. And every time introduce Robert Waffen.
Our board chair, Samuel Muga, our executive director, Susan Otieno, and all protocols observed. Good evening. Good evening. You look so dull. You can at least smile. So, like MC has said, I want to talk about a campaign we do with kids, which is a local fundraising initiative to just grow mentors from when they are young. And we call it the Big Me campaign. So the Big Me campaign is basically a dress up day with a difference, where we ask the kids to just relax and take a magical trip to the future and tell us the people they want to be when they grow up. And then we give them a chance to dress up like those people and just act like them for a day. So if you want to be the executive director like Susan, we ask you to dress up like her and act like her for a day from when you get to school in the morning. If you want to be an actress, just dress up like the craziest or the most interesting actress you want to be and act like them for a day. And when they do that, we also bring on board the mentors or the people in those professionals that they want to be. So the one who dressed up like Susan will bring Susan to her to help them understand the journey that she took through to be able to be the person she is, and also understand every other thing that they need to concentrate on or to do to achieve their dreams. And we not just do that. I told you the fundraising initiative, right? So as they come dressed up, we let them understand that there are communities that we work with, which has children like the ones they are, like the ones they are. They are of the same age. They also have their big dreams, but they cannot be able to achieve them. We visited a school in Kajiado, in Elangatawas, and in that school, they only had one mabati structure. Mark you, it was not roofed. And that mabati structure was acting as the staff room, the storeroom, the servant quarter, and every other thing that is supposed to be stored in a school. So I know you're wondering, where were the schools where their kids going to classes? The kids were going to classes under a tree. So it means when the sun is so hot, the classes cannot go on. When the rain is raining, it's a blessing, yes, but for them it means there's no school because they cannot be able to continue with their classes. So through the Big Me campaign, when they come dressed up, we make them also understand, oh, that other child who also has a dream like the one they have, but cannot be able to achieve it. And as they come dressed up, they come with a donation to help that other child achieve their dreams. And this does not end there. Once they dress up and they donate the fund, we also give them a chance to have a real experience on the other side of life. So we will take those children to the communities we work with. We took the kids of Loreto Convent in Songari to the school in Kajiado, and they had a chance to find the school in that current state. And at the same time, you know, they say, when Susan is telling me something, who is my senior, I'll listen, but probably they don't understand. But when it's my age mate who is telling me something, I will relate with it more because I believe they are going through the same thing I'm going, and they understand the current generation. So when we go to those to the schools in the community, we allow the kids to have a mentor to a peer-to-peer mentorship. They were mentored by the professions and they had a chance to interact with them. Then let them now encourage the other kids in the communities that we work with, and also help them understand what they learned about when they interacted with the professional. We've done the Big Me campaign with different partners so far. I would like to appreciate the one present here, Reggie School, as I introduce Mr. Wafula, to just tell us why he chose to partner with ActionAid and how the experience has been with the Big Me campaign. Karibu, Mr. Wafula.
I've never catwalked, so I didn't want to try what I've never done. Before you get to listen to stories like the ones we've listened to, you will treat every act of mercy probably as an innuendo, an insinuation, and probably just an inveracity. I'm humbly touched that some small, little acts of mercy can touch people's lives. And that confirms my resolve of being an ActionAid friend. Just like Mheshimiwa said, I'm never that formal person. I'm not used to giving speeches, but I was requested by Mercy to give a speech. And I wrote some short speech here. So the chief guest, Susan Otieno, the Executive Director of ActionAid Kenya, members of the General Assembly, ActionAid Kenya staff, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Mr. Robert Wafula, the head of primary school, a school called Regis, a school in Junda. So our vision, which we passionately desire to achieve, is that we aim to support learners to be global citizens, proud of their heritage, with their sensitivity and awareness of themselves and that of others and of their environment. Regis School Runda is privileged to be part of this Friends of ActionAid event. Our partnership with ActionAid Kenya began this year when we partnered together to conduct the Big Me campaign. This is after we felt our values aligned with theirs and will lead to contributing positively to the community. Through the Big Me campaign, we were able to, one, have an opportunity for our teachers to realize the passion of the individual pupils. Two, tap into the enthusiasm of the kids while dressing up like the professions they want to be. Three, we were able to help learners become more informed about their dream professions. And finally, number four, we were able to help learners understand the privileges that they have over other disadvantaged pupils in their rural areas. And just, you had here in Runda. So some of these children don't understand exactly what other children go through. So we feel that the partnership is key and no organization is an island. Through the Big Me campaign, we were able to raise over 500,000 shillings, which has gone to support school feeding programs in the ASAL areas. And because of my presence here, I want to assure you that next year we're going to do better. Probably we shall raise over 1 million plus shillings. We really appreciate this initiative and promise to support you when called upon. I urge all of us to be part of this. There is something that you can do, even if it is small. Be a mentor or have your school participate, especially the schools that are around us. Thank you very much. Looking forward to bigger things and working together with ActionAid. Asante sana Mercy. And just to add on to this, when Mercy approached me this year, I had not in my life heard about ActionAid. So yeah, she came, I think she was with somebody else, and they told me about ActionAid. I listened to them, and the vision and mission of our school actually goes hand in hand with what ActionAid does. And I told her, Mercy, why can't we have it? And I was looking forward to this big meeting, which my students really embraced. And they actually asked when we shall have the next big meeting. And probably we might have it on timely basis. That's the best. And to anybody, any other person sitting here, there's that satisfaction and fulfillment when you hear such stories of the ladies that were talking here, that you gave something small and that thing impacted on somebody. And this beautiful country, I think, if we all came together and did these small things, these small acts of mercy, I think we have a very beautiful country. So thank you very much.
I'm sure we can do better than that.
Very much. Professionals say that most fields they say, and we want them so that they will get.
I want to ask all of you if we can be able to also volunteer our time to be mentors to these kids. Trust me, they say they want to be in the profession that I see sitting here. Some wants to be politicians. All the professions sitting here. It's just a really call to action to ask you to donate your time to just mentor these kids. When we have another big need dress up when you're going to school, please join us. Let us talk to these kids and mentor them. It's very, very interesting, trust me. I'll send out an email to all of you with a link to register. If you'd like to be a mentor of these kids, please sign up. And something else I really love about ActionAid, it's the little coin that matters. You will see what we did to Ewangan Sidai Primary School. When we were able to raise some little amounts and we constructed one classroom, you have heard we work with partners. So what we did, it is not ActionAid that went and constructed a classroom. We worked with the partners of Kajiado, Ilondo Kilani Women Network. They were involved in the quotations of every material that was supposed to be procured. They were involved in the construction. So at the end of the period the construction of the classroom was done, they knew how much money was used to construct that classroom. And they knew for sure next time the other kids need to go to school. So that's where ActionAid comes in. We empower them and make them realize that every child deserves to go to school in a classroom. And actually, even the government should be able to provide them with structures for them to go to school. So we only constructed one classroom and asked them to go and ask for their rights from the CDF. And right now, they have a fully benched school with full structure. That you can even do right now on your M-Pesa. Through our building number 899610, it will go a long way. And I just want to give a clear picture of the picnic campaign. So I want to play a small video of what we do in the dress up day and another video of when the kids go to do the peer-to-peer mentorship in the community.
John, please help with switching off that light. Thank you.
Today we are here at Regis Rota to collaborate with the kids at the school to conduct a big campaign. And we are here today because it's a dress-up day. A dress-up day where the kids dressed up to the different professions, and we are able to mobilize professions from all those fields they say, and we brought them so that they could get an understanding of how the professions work and a day in their life.
Are usually communicating a message. You don't just take a photo. You take a picture that communicates a very strong message. So there's another thing that people don't realize. Once you see a scene on TV, that scene has been shot like 10, 15 times. You spend the whole day.
The kids are so confident. It was so nice. Excited for what their future holds.
All right. My understanding is through social media that there has been a nationwide blackout. Did you guys know that? Yes. And I think the lights are finally back on. So whenever that happens, it tends to trip the generator, and the generator takes a bit of time to see, are we really back? Should I continue? It's sort of like trying to make up its mind. But that is fine. Are we able to continue with the clip, or can we switch on the lights and continue the program? We are almost done. There we go. We have one screen up. So can we continue or tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Hi.
The children are quite excited today. They had so many questions that I wouldn't have thought of at their age. And I think it's great seeing these young minds at work.
We were able to see pilots, engineers, doctors. There was a pastor. There was an astronaut, and all other professions.
Having been a product of mentorship myself, creating time to come and mentor these young people to follow the profession of their dreams is something that I hold close to my heart.
Today has been wonderful. I've learned about a lot of other professions, others I hadn't even considered when I was looking for a profession to dress up. I've met a lot of different people and also inspired.
Through this campaign today, we have managed to raise money that will go a long way to support children from a disadvantaged area in Kajiado County who are not able to access the same amenities, the same opportunities that the kids in this area have.
Our profession is one to help. Our profession is one to serve others and put people ahead of us, put our patients ahead of us. So if we as doctors do that, the younger community, the younger generation sees that, and they also put others ahead and also want to help other people.
I believe that that program not just done at level and other people of children who have not had the opportunity to develop that program will be beneficial to them. Helping them to guide them towards the particular direction they want to part of their career. So we can never say dreams are valid, so they are valid. Anything that you want, it's not about
right, I think we can give the Big Me campaign a big round of applause. There is the M-Pesa pay bill number, in case you would like to donate something. John, on the other side, please help me keep the lights on.
Today I am here particularly.
Oh, I beg your pardon. My understanding is there's another presentation.
First of all, we have been working with ActionAid, and they have been telling that they have built a school with a part of the help given by us. And I wanted our students to know where this help has been. And this exposure, I am sure, will leave an indelible mark on these children.
My name is Ayana Manda Chapa, and I come from Metro School, Machakos County, Massachusetts. The Big Me campaign has had a very huge impact to students in school. For example, it helps many of us explore our career. Like the lawyers learned that for you to be a lawyer, you need to be an honest person. For a teacher, you need to be reading every time. Our school works together with ActionAid to contribute 750 She explained to me what she likes today, and I was not here. She wants about her. Before, you would find them just running around taking care of their couple, but right now they're here learning the same way we do.
Naitwa David Salimu Kennedy na nasomea shule State High School. Tulikuwa tunasoma kwa miti, hatuna madarasa, tulikuwa tunaonyeshana pepa kukuja na mbelewa vitabu na jua na kuandika sana. Tulikuwa na wageni walikuwa kutembelea kuona shule yetu, tumejifunza kucheza mpira na tukajuana na kusoma kwa darasa ni mzuri, kwa katika kipindi mzuri na mkuu akikuja hautakuonyeshea.
First of all, I am happy that these students can come and learn. I am happy that these students have got a shelter above.
Amazing. I'm going to round of applause, please. Please, John, you can help me switch on the lights. Special thanks to everyone who took part in the Big Me Dress Up campaign. Special mention to the CEO of Guru Nanak Arora, a very good friend of mine, former CEO of HCGCCK, where Faraja is housed. So thank you so much. And everybody here in your own capacity, even Dora has an amazing story all the way from Kilifi. She should go to school, really, and just show that everybody's dreams are valid. And who knows, maybe Dora and one of these kids can come up with some schoolwear that is high priced and building the nation. So if you'd like to sign up, please do. Mercy has already said she's going to send you a link. Definitely sign up. At this juncture, it is my honor and pleasure to introduce back on stage the Executive Director, Ms. Susan Otieno, to introduce our honored guests and consequently our chief guest. Another round of applause, please. So Ms. Susan Otieno.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam MC. Before I invite our chief guests, we are honored here with the presence of the Member of Parliament, Mr. Makilab, for Baringo North constituency. I know you're asking yourself, all these politicians, and then ActionAid, and then NGO. What you need to know is that what you see us do, that we do call hardware. Maybe you see us talk about raising money and building a classroom. That's really not why we exist. We exist for everyone. But because of the capacity, we can only support a community, do one school, but then we invest a lot in building their capacity to be able to engage with their leaders, engage with their members of parliament, engage with the Senate, engage with the women's rep. And by so doing, then they are able to rechannel and redirect the priorities in the areas that they come from.
And with that, then you find that even when the member of parliament is speaking at the National Assembly, he is confident that he has the priorities of the community that he works with, that he represents. We also encourage them to ensure that when the budgeting cycle begins, they are part of the team that sits within them and contribute. But to do that, you must come all the way from the community. So for people like Jennifer, who's here from Baringo, and to let you know, Jennifer was an ActionAid representative. They just ended COP27 in Egypt. Jennifer, nikiomba usimame. Nadhani ni wewe utakuja ukaribishe mheshimiwa kutoka Baringo County. Utakuja ili waweze kuona umerepresent akina nani. I was privileged to be with Jennifer in Baringo, and Jennifer was able to articulate how the challenges that they are facing as a community that is affected by drought as I speak, despite the rains, and we know it's likely to be the 5th rain season. And so it's the worst drought in the last 40 years in the history of Kenya. Somebody will ask why women. We like depicting the situation as it is. We are not saying men are not suffering, but when you look at how women are suffering, they are below. And so when you try to solve problems of those who appear to be extremely marginalized, even those who are better off, they still benefit. So I pray that you will understand why we talk a lot about women and why ActionAid says we are unapologetic. Because having worked for 50 years in Kenya, having presence in 45 countries, and you end up saying, truly we have to target the most marginalized women and target the girls who are excluded. There's a reason why we do it. It's backed by research, it's backed by experience. And so I was with Jennifer in Egypt, and we had our session there, and we had our moments. I was so impressed. Their questions would be asked. At one point, they asked if women like Jennifer will understand climate change. And I remember I told them, they don't need to understand climate change the way we do. All they know is that drought is affecting them. While they would recover within a year, they are not recovering anymore. And so they know about the extreme seasons. And the moment I stepped out to say, ungeniita niwaambie vizuri. So I want them to take 2 minutes kuwaambia vizuri ili muweze kusikia, kwa sababu nikisema mtasema huyu analipwa na ActionAid, lazima aongee vizuri. Karibu sana Jennifer.
Labda mmesikia jina langu kwa sababu ya saa na wakati huo mnapatiwa. Nataka kusema hivi. ActionAid labda nyinyi hamjui, labda mimi ndo najua kwa sababu ya kutosoma. Unajua saa hii wewe unatakutumia kama nimedrop kwa shule, lakini mimi kuna kitu ambayo mama akizaa mtoto asiposikia akilia hata furahia, anaona huyu mtoto anaenda kukufa. Kwa hivyo akilia anaona kwamba atapona. Kwa hivyo sisi kama ActionAid, mimi mwenye nimezaliwa na ActionAid, mimi kama Jennifer, wakati ActionAid alikuja Kangul Bay, sisi wamama wa Pokot hatukujua kwamba kuna njia badala unaweza kutokeza. Vile dada yangu alisema kwamba sisi wamama tunateseka, lakini hatujui kwamba kuna sauti au kuna uwezo ambao tunaweza kujitoa kwa ile shida tuko nayo. Wakati ActionAid alikuja, wacha tu niombe niseme kidogo. Wakati ActionAid alikuja, dada yangu Jane akiwa hapa ni mshahidi wangu. Wakati alikuja na akaona shida ya kila mama inafanana, akatuambia tushike uzi. Ndio ninasema tutumie ile language mtu anaelewa. Akatuambia kaeni round amshike uzi. Ile uzi tulishika wote na uzi ilikuwa moja. Unatumia mwingine anashika, unatumia mwingine anashika. Baada ya ile uzi kumalizika, akasema kwamba shida zetu ni kama hizo. Inakaa ya moja yetu inafanana. Na sisi tukaamuka kutoka siku hiyo mpaka saa hii nasimama mbele yenu nikiwa kwamba kwamba Mungu ni muujiza kwangu, nisimame mbele zenu. Mimi mama ambaye sijaenda shule, uliongea mambo ya kulazimishwa kuolewa. Sisi tukiwa huko wakati huo ActionAid hajakuja, kulikuwa tunajua tu msichana hata hajui mwenye ataoa. Ni baba tu ataamua, si mama hata. Wakati msichana anaomba kwa huko kwetu, mama anatoka nje. Baba anabaki na rafiki zake na anamaliza mambo ya dawari. Mama ataingia tu kama unaomba leso au kama hata unaambiwa asio lazima, baba amekata mahali na imetosha. Mtoto kama angali mdogo ndio yako, lakini wakati amekuwa kubwa si yako tena, ni ya baba. Kwa hivyo mimi baba anaona kwamba nimekununua. Wewe ni kama mali yake. Atakutumia vile anavyotaka. Lakini ninaamini kwamba ninashukuru ActionAid. Kama juzi wa mama waliniambia, ambia ActionAid aombe kura. Kama Mungu ni mshahidi. Ambia ActionAid aombe kura kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu sasa kama watu wanatujali ambaye hata hujui, anajua kukufunza haki yako, unaweza ishi hivi, unaweza tengeneza hata chamba ya kukusaidia. Si mtu ni mtu ambaye inakaribia maisha yako. Hata huyu mtu upatie badala kutembea zaidi. Sasa nimalizie hapo. Ukisema kwamba tiko na nini? Wacha sasa niingie mambo ya mali niende chini. Nimepata ndege, sikujua kama ninaenda hivi. Wakati nilifika huko, nikashangaa ile nchi. Dada zangu na ndugu zangu tunayo geti hapa. Tunacheza kama Kenya. Tunacheza kweli. Wewe unapoona kwamba miaka yako unapoketi chini, angalia wao. Kwanza mimi nilisema kutoka siku hiyo, nitaangalia jirani zangu wasikula na njaa, kwa sababu kumbe niko na uwezo ya kulima na kukula kama wengine. Kama niko na miti, niko na hata hiyo kuku. Kuku hakuna kuku. Wananunua nyama kutoka nchi nyingine. Wananunua nyama ya mbuzi hata ng'ombe. Labda hata wajui watoto wanaambiwa kama story. Na sisi je tuko na kila kitu. Na tunang'ang'ana kila siku kusema hatuna kitu. Mwenye hapo na kitu anataka kuongeza. Na kuna yenye tutashikwa naye kaburini. Mbona tunang'ang'ania kuwa tajiri na mwenzako anakuwa maskini. Utoke mahali huko hakuna miti, hakuna chochote, ni mchanga, ni sunyai peke yake. Kama unataka nyumba. Sijui hata nitasema kwa lugha gani, ngayambe. Hayo Mungu asije wabariki ActionAid. Mimi ndio mtoto wao nimezaliwa. Tangu nikiwa mdogo sasa nimekuwa kubwa, amefurahi nimepona.
Sasa mimi na Jennifer ningependa kupatia mbunge wa Baringo North dakika chache tu.
Karibu, na najua kwamba huko Baringo itabadilika kwa sababu rais kila siku anasema nitainua wamama walio chini. Sasa wewe tena sema hiyo lugha na mimi naenda kusema hivi.
This one is a very potential woman there. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And with the ActionAid fraternity, chairman of the board, executive director, Waziri Kilimo, my colleague member of parliament, Banakitul, and all protocol of South. Good evening. You know, when you've spoken before, people who are very emotional, when they speak, you feel like crying. It's an opportunity for me. My name is Joseph McLeod, member of parliament for Baringo North, and a product of ActionAid Kenya. When I was informed that the friends of ActionAid are meeting after 50 years, I was very happy because I am also 50 years today. Before I became 50 years, so we are actually as old. I am as old as ActionAid. And I was sitting and imagining, surely nikiongezewa na wengine 50 kweli bado mimi nipo. You know, if you want to know how fast life and age goes, is to try to add 50 years of your age now, and how will you? And most of us who are 50 are most likely in mathematics say we are approximately equal to diminishing. So today, I am very glad to be with you, because the first time we heard of ActionAid is when they came to my constituency, a place called Barwesa. And there is a very powerful woman here who actually brought a lot of change. Mheshimiwa Kilimo, you know very well, and I want to express this in Kiswahili, is that when it came first, wasi wakasema kuna watu wache hapa wamekuja kufundisha watoto kuwa activists. Ujuaji ya kusema mama apewe shamba, ujuaji ya kusema hata sana akioleka bado iko na kitu yake imebaki nyumbani. So people actually had a very negative attitude. But after some while, you know, people were able to appreciate, lives were changed, and in that ward today is one of the most democratic ward in Baringo North, which has actually, they do the best public participation. People are empowered, like Jennifer here. People are so empowered. And helped us build schools, helped us, you know, there is land called Leka Mnoroke in the south. That land has not been taken away up to now because of protection of ActionAid. Bila akili ActionAid iliwacha watu ya Kiriobani haijawahi score mpaka wa sasa. People are saying, okay, AWS you want to take our land. So what is there for us? What do you give us as an alternative? Up to now, even as politicians, we fear touching that place. Because we wanted to say, we want to develop the place, you know, you guys are bringing looks, we want to move you out of this place. But the people who are trained by ActionAid, my friend, you will lose all the votes. Until a solution is found, either in compensation or otherwise, that is the only way. So, ActionAid, you are so powerful, Susan, that you can change lives in this country. It also went to theater, a place called Tangle Bay. Again, it transformed lives. It changed the cattle rustlers to go to school. It actually empowered the Bokor cow to go to school. So this is a life-changing organization that most of us want to be associated with. And it empowers women. It empowers women, especially the young women like the lady that who spoke passionately and the other. So I have come here as a friend who has actually been able to benefit. Even my political skills, I learned it from ActionAid. If you, kwani hao ambayo wanaongea hapa kina Jenny baba wakiambiwa waume kura, si mtatoa? Si mtatoa hiyo kura kweli? So I have come today as a living testimony to say that I am honored to be with you, and you are so powerful, you can change lives, and through change and other organizations, you have actually been able to change so many people in our constituencies. And when I came today here, my women rep has just traveled to Chupa for games, parliamentary games. And that is a product who was educated through ActionAid. When I told her yesterday, we are then say, please go and tell my greetings to ActionAid, tell them I am who I am today because of ActionAid. So I'm asking you, Susan, and chairman of the board, please, as you wind up Tangle Bay, don't leave again Baringo. There are so many other issues. In fact, I have gotten something new. Changing lives of a lady like that. There are so many vulnerable women, young women, very vulnerable in our society. Places that are hit by drought, by insecurity. Actually, those people who are living there, they know, even if they have not gone to school, they know climate change. Because the Baringo actually swallowed everybody around this corner, and followed by a serious drought, and then followed by insecurity, followed by drought. You have business in Baringo. Please do come so that now we change lives together. So those of us who are in government and members of parliament, tu na kilimo. Hii kazi actually tunafanya kama serikali wangefanya. Actually wangekuwa na kazi. In terms of governments, there is need to do a proper job. Where was government when girls were dropping out of school? Where was government when people were not going to school? Where was government when there was a lot of issues around sanitation? It means those who are privileged to serve in government, we have an opportunity to pull up our socks. And to answer the lady who has said, "Tumetupatia pesa ngapi?" Sasa tumewapatia pesa inaitwa National Government Affirmative Action. Karibu 40 million, iko nayo. Mtaenda kujipanga. Tumewapatia 30% of all opportunities in county and national government. Muombe biashara, fanya biashara, mujiinue. So at least the government is actually trying to, address issues of women. And finally, because I hear you still have another part, I want to congratulate all partners who have been supporting ActionAid. Mungu awasaidie jamii. Let us continue to support these people because from their introduction, they are non-partisan, non-religious, non-political, and non-religious. I mean, hii ni watu wanashikilia kila mtu hata mwizi. Kama anabadilisha mwizi, anawaokoa, mara anahubiri neno la Mungu, sio kweli ni kweli. So you are another powerful church. Susan, I want to encourage you and ask you with a lot of humility on behalf of the people. How many people from Baringo? I have seen director of county government. Those of you who come from Baringo, Dr. Kituku is meticulously here. Can you stand up people from Baringo who were attracted by ActionAid? So Robia is a director of all of these are actually a testament. So none of you tumekuja. Susan about kusituaje. Tuwe na pale la ito sibilu, we can host you there. So that you continue changing lives and continue with the work that you started in Double Bay and Barwesa so that we have more resilience in that particular area. From today, I shall be your ambassador. Inside Parliament and outside Parliament, I will be the ambassador of ActionAid. And as a sign of goodwill, the lady who says it is the season now, come and see me, I'll give you 10,000 shillings. Wacha mimi utakuta kuniona hapa, mimi nitakuinua na 10,000 because it is a season. And I'm very sure my good colleague, Mheshimiwa Kituru, ako na spirit pia, atafanya kitu. Kwa sababu ni sisi tutachangia hata kitu kidogo ya kwenda na Kituru naona amesema ataongezea another 10,000. Sio inakuwa tu sasa sisi tulikomplete. Namna hiyo. Na ninyi waacheni mchezo bwana. Sasa hapa ninyi hapa ladies are more than men. See the gender inequality or gender. Asante sana na Mungu awabariki. Thank you so much and thank you for me.
Wow, let's appreciate him once more. Thank you. You're making the fire and the dreams that we have to ever join Parliament. You just don't know which one. I'll stop there because my employers are here. Thank you so much. Just before I bring on the guest speaker, we have a former sponsored child. And today it seems that the tides have favored Baringo. We have Wesley Kipro, who is here. Anyone with the mic? I just wanted to ask him 3 questions, and after he answers, then I'll go ahead to usher in our chief guest. He's the Director of Civic Education in Baringo. Bwana Wesley, ningependa kuuliza hii ActionAid ulijulia wapi na nini?
Thank you. Jambo wote. Moja kati ya wengi. Well, madam, I knew about ActionAid through church. I think ActionAid walikuja pamoja na Catholic. Kafika shule letu kwa Baringo Mogoti. Wanaitwa Molusirue. So they wanted to mobilize watoto waende shule. And I became part of it. But the drama I did that I was so tiny. Yeah? But the goodness was I was bright. That was my qualification. But again, I want to thank the church because ActionAid ilikuja pamoja na wao na waliweza ku mobilize a community. Wakauliza jamii mwende shule. And of course, through school, it means they were trying to sort a lot of things. One, poverty. Sindio? Somesha huwa tunaambiwa msome ndio mweze kupata nini? So of late huwa ninawauliza wao I can toa 1000 shillings than 50 shillings. Unaona wakati wanafanya mchango unapata watu wanakusanyika hivi wote lakini wanatoa 50-50. Lakini hapo wamejaribu. But now I'm here starving, I can contribute. But it means kama singepewa nafasi kwenda shule singekuwa na hiyo status. Now I'm a director. You can imagine. So I have a chance now to support, and that is why I'm here today. So, well, I don't know whether I've said where we met to the ActionAid. The drama in it again was walikuwa wanasema kama mkono inafika kwa masikio. So wanasema hebu pima na mkono. So because of my size, mkono haikuwa inafika huko. But my dad said no. Mkono sio akili. Yeah? So I was the last one to be admitted. I was admission number 67 out of the ones who were enrolled by the 1982. Niende shule. That's one. So walitusaidia, tulikuwa napewa sabuni inaitwa Rexona. Wengine wetu hapa wajui, tulikuwa na sabuni inaitwa Lifebuoy. Of course, most of us again walienda shule kwa sababu tulikuwa na chakula. So wengine wetu walikataa kwenda class 3, class 4 kwa sababu ukicross kwenda class 4 unamaliza shule mapema. So they deliberately wanted to stay around. But imagine madam, with the facility ile ilikuwa, wengine wameanza kusema tulikuwa nasoma kwa chini ya darasa, walitujengea madarasa. Wakafikiria kutujengea bweni, lakini walianzia na wasichana. Ndio angalau wasichana wapate nini? Nafasi ya kusoma. But we used to utilize the class. Baada ya darasa jioni tunatumia darasa kama kwa malasi. Lakini kodora iko imefika tulikuwa tunatumia gunia. Baadaye tunaenda kuanika nje. So tulikuwa naona gunia zetu zikiwa nje. The whole day mimi najua ile ni kodoro langu. So really it was a challenge. Na wengine hawakuwa na hata na blanketi. So we used to share. So when I want to thank ActionAid, that is why I'm in a Stanley Hotel today.
Thank you.
And I want to wapi ile madam kutoka huyu. Hata ametoka huko na ametoka leo kwa hoteli ya kifahari madam. So those are the goodies I do now. So the challenge is now we need to send the question.
Thank you so much.
I want to promise tutaendelea na ActionAid kama vile wana saidia mwanadamu. Asante sana. Ilikuwa swali tatu moja. So nimefanya
ya tatu.
Umesema ni tatu.
Ya tatu ni kusema asante sana kwa kuenda leo. Asante sana. Let's appreciate you.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much. You've had us talk about the
good evening. I want to read some message in this phone. My message in broadcast. That is so it's confirmed that she has received 20,000 shillings from the two members of parliament with us here.
Thank you. Madam, since 1982, I graduated PhD by 16.
Wow.
So hiyo nitawali kwa jamii yetu. Kwa pamoja na huyo ni yangu. Asante sana.
Nilifikiria unasema unaongezea.
Nimesema nitaendelea kusaidia action.
Asante on a light note. Yeah. Before I invite Honorable Lina Jebi Kilimo, I just want to let you know that the people who've been helping ActionAid and supporting ActionAid for the last 50 years are people like you and I. There are people who give 1,000 shillings a day. There are people who give, when they started by giving £4. And you can imagine why tulikuwa tunaita shilingi 20 pounds, because that was the translation, the exchange rate. So you can imagine they would give 80 shillings. And they've gone ahead and they give up to 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. And the difference between their giving and the kind of giving that we are used to as Kenyans, you know, Kenyans, we give emotively. Oh, mtu amekufa, nitatoa. Oh, mtoto hajaenda shule, nitatoa. The difference is that they bought into ActionAid. They give to ActionAid so that ActionAid can design programs that can bring change. If I came maybe and told you I'm going to look for Dorcas in Kilifi to take her through a catch-up center and all that, you will not understand. But if I told you, give us 1,000 shillings per month for 12 months, and if you're 100 people, we will have how much? 1,000, one person for 12 months is how much? 100 people? How much? 1.2 million. Now, if you cost what supported Dora, it's not even 50,000. But today, Dora can stand here and talk of change. How many girls will we change with 1.2 million? Very many girls. So we believe that it's the little amount that you give that then becomes big figures, and we are able to design a program that has long-term impact. And that's the difference between ActionAid. We tell anyone who wants to partner with us, who wants to support us, take the journey with ActionAid. Don't give us today, don't give us tomorrow, just because you are here and you are touched. But identify the cause that ActionAid is championing. Be an advocate, lend your voice, and if you can, lend your finances. And that is what part of Big Me is doing. We are moving funding from from focusing on the North only and bringing the focus into the South, that even the South can participate in philanthropy. It's been researched that Kenyans give, and they give really well, especially for emotive causes. But for emotive causes, it ends and we forget about it, and we wait for another one. ActionAid is giving you an opportunity to identify with the wholesome results of our programs, such that if you're saying Baringo is changing, everything about Baringo is changing, and not just one or two people, but Baringo is changing. The women have been empowered. The children are going to school. Farmers, the pastoralists can now engage in alternatives. That is the change that we want you to be part of. So take time, think through it. Mercy will share the link. If you're committed, if you feel you want to join the journey, if you need more information, it's an opportunity. And together, we will change lives for good. I want to take this opportunity to invite our keynote speaker, Honorable Lina Jebi Kilimo. I met Honorable Lina Jebi Kilimo in a church event. Our children had done class 8, and in that church, when you do class 8, you go for a program called Rites of Passage Experience. And then they change and say, and now it's called Heights of Passage, Heights of Hopes. And that's how we met. We were to camp with our children. We slept in tents overnight. It rained. We woke up, stood in the tents until the rains were over in Sagana. But I kept admiring her zeal. While I knew she was a member of parliament, it did not define how she engaged with us as the parents who were there. Walking this journey, seeing her taking bigger and bigger positions in this government, humbling positions, it never changed who she is. And she remained a crusader of action and our work. The other thing that I appreciated about her is that whatever she does resonates with ActionAid. When we talk about women, peace, and security, you will find Honorable Nina. She will not approach it the way anyone would approach it, but I've found her take the ActionAid approaches, asking questions that are very difficult to ask. While she was the Chief Administrative Secretary Gender, and she came to one event, the questions that we wanted to ask her, she was actually asking those questions, and she said, I think I'm going back to ask these questions in the department where I sit. We want to celebrate you, even as ActionAid turns 50 years. We know that your humility has brought you this far, and would like to invite you today to come and speak to us. Let us know what drives you, what keeps you connected to ActionAid, and why you believe that even beyond the 50 years that ActionAid has done, you will still remain a friend of ActionAid. Welcome, and let's appreciate it. So normally we clap until the chief pays the money. You can clap and get on.
So you don't sing seated, you sing standing.
Wow. Oh, I'm so humbled to be invited. Our chair, our honorable members of parliament, and colleagues in the campaign for human rights. That song which I just sang talks about who accepts what is happening here. Do you agree with all what is happening here? That is what we're saying. And then how do you agree? You agree by saying yes or wait in my mother tongue. I am still perplexed that you still remember everything about our experience with our daughters. And I came there because I support alternative rite of passage when it comes to transition from childhood to adulthood without the cut. So that is just to start where you ended. But to just comment on what others have talked about, I know we worked with Honorable McLaughlin. He gave me a platform in his school when he was a teacher to go and spread my message. And now my friend here, Marka, you know, when you talked about campaigning at night, it took me back to 2002. When I was campaigning to be a member of parliament and I was in the opposition, I couldn't campaign during the day because the chief will see you and they can wait and waylay you and capture you so that you don't want to present your papers. So I used to campaign at night. I used to wait for midnight. Then I would have informed people that we are meeting somewhere. Then I will go on foot because if you go by car, they will know you have arrived. So congratulations. And I hope many more girls and women will be able to know how to scale there. You know, how to climb the mountain. You don't have to go straight. You'll get tired and your knees will ache. You just go zigzag until you reach. Thanks to ActionAid, who gave us the platform. Now, I saw the Big Me campaign, and I recall my journey with ActionAid. Maybe by that time it was not named Big Me campaign, but as I joined politics, ActionAid gave me the platform to implement my mission. Why did I want to go to politics? What was my agenda? You know, when you have a strategic plan, you write something, you write the mission and the vision. For me, before joining politics, I had my mission and my vision. I had a mission to ensure that there is peaceful coexistence between Pokot and Marakwet, and that there was no more terrorizing of the private parts of girls by the elimination of FGM. So I had only 2 agendas, and my aim was to go to the place where decision making was being done. Even though ActionAid is not in markets, but my mission was not just for Marakwet, apart from the cattle grassroots. The other one was for girls and women from FGM practicing communities. And because you go to parliament with searching, you know, the word Mujumbe is somebody who takes message from here, whoever you are supposed to give that message, and then you return that message and give the person who sent you. That is how you become a Mujumbe. So I knew that I am there on behalf of all girls and women from FGM practicing communities. So how did ActionAid come in? I had one McKenna, and I used to call her my girlfriend. And so I would go through NGOs because as I grew and knew that FGM is bad, it was the NGOs who were training us. And so when they finished talking, we would pick and say, oh, they have gone away, so we can life and continue. So when I came to politics, parliament, I was now looking out for NGOs. Then I discovered ActionAid. There are mobilization strategies, but they look for people, networks in the grassroots. So every time they have something, I would always know that they have something. One such, and I'm just wondering whether Lina, you were born when I came to Korea, so you became Lina, my namesake. Yeah, I met her in Korea. And when we went to Korea, we went to a small library, and I found a pamphlet. And in that pamphlet, we are still on the big Mialo. We are still on the big. On that pamphlet, it was about me, how I went with a doctor from Eldoret to West Pokot on fistula cases. So the Korea girls would go to that library in the afternoon and they'll be reading, oh, Chebi Kilimo, yeah, she's now a member of parliament, but before that, yes, she was. And I was, what? My story has gone over there. So can you imagine if Big Me was just about me and my teacher in class 4 who told me about these women in Nairobi who are lawyers and driving cars, I made a difference until I moved here. Can you imagine the transformation the Big Me agenda is going to have? Because you will not be talking to an individual. You already have many students who are acting on whom they want to be. The farthest I went into acting to be the person I wanted to be was to talk with a Luo accent, because I only knew that it's only Luos who don't get circumcised. So I used to just talk like a Luo when I was in school, so that I somehow become just something. So congratulations for this Big Me agenda. So I kept on going with ActionAid. Another time they had something in the meeting, and they'll tell me, are you available? And they know that my motto and my relationship with them is that I am a phone call away. Just call me, I am a phone call away. For any function of yours, I will be there. Because I don't know, my story might change somebody in the forum that ActionAid have. So we go to the meeting and we talk, and I'm giving them examples of their girls who have not got whom I've met in Nairobi. And to force somebody to have dreams. So we continue to engage. Another one of just being a phone call away. West Pokot are my neighbors. You know, they caused me to travel the whole night. I think I reached there around 9 because there was a program, a radio program in West Pokot. And because of my mission that I needed to achieve this, I went all the way. So to all of you who are aspiring politicians, like Jennifer and others, to those who are already there as politicians, you need a platform. ActionAid will give you that. A platform where you can make something that you will be remembered for. And I'm grateful that if you Google FGM in Kenya, chances are that my name will be there. Because I came and I said, if I sleep, this is my last day to serve as MP. What will happen? What will I happen? What will be remembered of that chair when I leave? Right now, you're the sitting MPs. There's somebody who is standing. When you stand from that chair and somebody else is supposed to sit, before they sit, they look at that chair and say, the person who was here, what difference do they make? So ActionAid continue to give me platform. And while trying to come up with a law banning female genital mutilation, now I want to answer my colleagues when was if ActionAid can do this. Where was government? No, the money in government is not enough. And that is why government works with partners. Another thing is that ActionAid and all other NGOs, they talk the untalkable. You see, those who are in leadership cannot talk the untalkables because they fear stepping on the toes of the population. But an NGO will come and tell the population, you know that your law says this and that, trains them. So that now from there, they stand up like Dorcas and say, this is my right, because somebody told them that is your right. No, they'll be able to say no to issues that is affecting them, or to GBV, they'll be able to report because somebody told them. But you see, how will I now say my brother beats his wife? You know, it will bring disorganization and disagreement in the home. But if somebody has told my sister-in-law that being beaten is not right for you, when my sister-in-law will speak up and say, this is not right, do you know, the leaders will get the courage and say, yeah, it is true. Don't do that, but somebody else has to start. Kwa hivyo watu wa NGO ni muhimu sana kwa sababu wanatufundisha, wanaongea maneno ambaye wengine hatutaweza kuongea kwa sababu ya heshima. Zamani hapo tulikuwa hatuendangi mambo ya ukeketaji, tulikuwa tunasikia aibu. Lakini after that now, we can speak about that. And another thing that I appreciate ActionAid, and as I celebrate 50 years, I read from the same script with them. And so because I'm all the time looking at their website, what is happening, I saw something just the other day about women, peace and security. And I still recall my agenda was peace and security. And so I told them this, I have a network, you work with network. I have a network called Fortuma. And I really hope that my colleague, McLaughlin, will be able to walk the path of Fortuma. It's called, it stands for Pokot, Turkana, and Marquette communities. And when we say Pokot, it's both West Pokot and East Pokot. And so that is where I met Jennifer Kibon from Tambul Bay. But I had asked ActionAid, we have a member of Fortuma from Tiati, the other side, Palowa. She's called Maureen Dimashep. And I got others from Marquette. And ActionAid said, yeah, bring them. So you see, I bring them and they have built their capacity. Right now, you know, the one from Marquette is very busy mobilizing women. And the one on the Marquette side and Tiati, we try to work with the widows of conflict. And sincerely, as Honorable McLeod has told you, we have so many challenges. Widows of conflict, very young, not their own making, because the people who go to fight are maybe 20 years old and they've just married, leaving a wife with one child or two children. And then from there, normally the women are the ones to be blamed that you're a bad omen. Why did your husband go and die? And so when you gave me that opportunity to bring women from Fortuma ActionAid, because I am there, and so my colleagues, those who are in parliament, linked to ActionAid, you may be able to see, tomorrow they're in Makueni. And in Makueni, there's something about gender-based violence or safe spaces. Now, and I sent one or two people, and ActionAid will say, you send them. They go and learn, and from there, they come and implement on their behalf. Safe spaces for gender-based violence. They'll come and talk about which you cannot speak on stage because they'll have mobilized to the people. So my journey with ActionAid is the fact that they've continued to give me a platform where I can be able to express myself and bring others along to be mentored. And so when I saw Jennifer in Egypt, I thought she would pick up on. I called when I saw in the digital, I'm calling Jennifer to tell her, yes, you are there on behalf of Fortuma because we were celebrating in our WhatsApp. And before our celebration died down, Then there comes Maureen Dimashi. Now she's a CEC for gender and she's in Tiati. On our side, come to your appointment. Let's talk to her, she could have come, but tomorrow they are launching a circle where reformed warriors and those who are still active are engaging in farming in Tiati. Definitely something good is coming out of Tiati, and thanks to ActionAid. And so I would propose that, as Honorable McClellan said, just go to the other side of Tiati. If you think you have been in Baringo for too long on this side, just go around the corner and go to Kolowa and meet them there. And you know, before you reach Kolowa, you'll be passing Baringo Road. That is the road. And so I really appreciate that. The fact that I have just left being a CAS, State Department of Gender, when I reached there, I looked around at the programs, women empowerment, and there comes again my collaboration with ActionAid. The fact that you are able to mobilize the resources. You know, if you tell government, and those of us who have been in that space, you call people, you pay their transport, their sitting allowance, and it's expensive. And sometimes just budgetary allocation for that in government can take time. Capacity building of the staff, it can be tough. But I'm so grateful that when I reached the State Department of Gender, we have the Women Economic Empowerment programs which are there. And okay, I left there, but I recognize you. You're still in the State Department of Gender, CEO. That is Diana. Yeah, from the State Department of Gender. This is the Women Economic Space. And so ActionAid mobilizes for us. Okay, yeah, government. Mobilizes government people. Then we go and disseminate the information. But if you are told to mobilize, you go and disseminate again. Those resources we will never reach. We will never end child marriage by 2030. And you know, the vision of Kenya is by 2026, child marriage must have ended. So that in case we fall short of the moon by 2026, then at least 2030, according to our AU, we shall have ended issues of child marriage. So ActionAid, I appreciate the work that you're doing. And here somebody asked, so after 50 years, what next? I think your boundary lines, your territory will enlarge because of ICT. You've just heard what Mheshimiwa Kituru is talking about ICT. You don't have to reach Marakwet, for example, but you can engage on ICT. You get young people who are doing ICT in Marakwet, they log into ActionAid, and then they have a platform and they write a report and you get. And so we shall be able to eliminate most of these things that are there. I know that the we is something that is going on. I pray that even as we start the new dispensation, some of the programs that will continue to work with the government will continue so that we can have a society free of gender-based violence. And today, as I close, I've always wanted this unfinished business that I did not finish in that space. And sometimes people will accuse me, they accuse me and say, Sasa umefanya msichana amekuwa amesoma, you see now, who will marry them, you know, what will happen? The boy child has been left behind. I'm so glad that actually now you can carry that agenda with the two members of parliament over here. The way you used to train us as Kenya Women Parliamentary Association to be able to know how to disseminate information in a language that is acceptable by the people when it comes to female genital mutilation and GBV, the way you build the capacity of the girls, I am asking that now, build the capacity of the boys so that FGM will end because the demand will not be there. Right now, communities will tell you that we have to supply, you see, because the men want girls who are circumcised. So if you can now deal using them so that on the floor of the house they have a bill on boy child, start lighting that smoke on the boy child, and ActionAid will go and mobilize the people in Temple Bay so that we have young men in Pokot saying, we are marrying and cut girls. Then no one will circumcise those girls. And I'm sure with that we will be able to have a society free of gender-based violence. So though I am not occupying that space again of gender, I'm still a telephone call away, because when you called me, I just said, yes, I'll be coming from Margaret, I'll be in Nairobi, and here I come. Then while I'm still on the streets, Mheshimiwa Pasaris is calling me, you have not arrived, I thought I'll arrive at 6. So I come running here before even just going to change. So thank you for giving me the space to change and look presentable. Don't have to come here. I think I have finished what I wanted to talk about, but let us challenge one another, and we've been challenged with that pay bill. Philanthropists started this ActionAid in 1972. You can start. You don't have to have money. Me, I'm a philanthropist. I always give my time. You just need to tell me there's something happening. Like if it was not because of this meeting, I'd be going tomorrow. I would have been in Mausoleum in Polowa in Tiati tomorrow to tell them, so we can actually farm instead of killing one another. So we can actually get tractors or jembes in exchange of our guns. And I hope that's the direction that we are going to take as people from the volatile North Rift. So pongezi sana Jennifer, mimi nilifurahi kuona wewe huko Misri. At least ukiongea tunaambia watu wetu wacha kutahiri. Wanasema sisi tulitoka Misri. Ilikuwa inafanya, lakini sasa huko Misri hapana tahiri tena. Hata na Waarabu ya huko na wafani. Alafu Waarabu ndio walituletea dini ya Kiislamu na ndio ile watahiri, lakini sisi Waislamu tunaambiwa inafanyika hivyo. Hapana. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. So thank you very much, ActionAid. I celebrate you and judge.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Nina JB. We are actually on the final stretches. I know there are good things waiting for us. At this time, I want to invite Madam Rosaline and Lina, our Lina. So just Most Honorable Lina Mora, I've spared my words. As we mentioned to you that while we celebrate we have 50 years, we also just talked of having a low-key event to stand together with the communities that at the moment are faced with famine and starvation. And so it wasn't going to make any sense if we had pomp and all that, while we still needed these funds to be able to support them. We are doing a lot in the Asal counties where we work, in Kilifi, in Baringo, in Isiolo, in Garissa, in Kajiado, Makueni, and there's one more. In Baringo, I've mentioned Baringo. There's one more. Taita Taveta. It will surprise you, and that's how actually it gets very different. When you talk of the drought, you think of the northeastern part. But when you go to these counties that I've mentioned, up to and including Homa Bay, it will surprise you that the drought is massive. And so whatever you can do, we are talking of rebuilding lives with the communities. Whatever you can do, just join ActionAid. Join ActionAid to talk and demand that climate change has to be addressed. Join ActionAid in ensuring that we are able to support communities, not just in response, but also to rebuild their lives. We are moving into so we wanted to mark the 50 years, and the only way we could do that is to celebrate by, they say cutting a cake, kukata keki. Yes, but it's not just to look at it from a cake perspective, let's look at it from a point of celebration. The best celebration is what is in your heart. I've been asked to ask spoken word to come as the cake is being moved here. Nilifikiria nitaona spoken word ikikuja na word. Karibu sana spoken words.
Utanialau nitumie Mwakenya. Yeah. Okay, the chief executive, the executive director, the national board chairperson, board of directors, the leaders of our beautiful country, members of parliament, the staff of ActionAid Kenya, the friends of ActionAid Kenya. Good morning this afternoon. Good morning this evening. Just this piece, I was given a theme, but I wrote it kabla sijajua vizuri about ActionAid. So whatever is here, ndio tu ile kionjo niliona na zile milestones nilisoma, but I believe we will enjoy. Ama ni aje? Big youngster, so lazima tuchangamke. Okay. Now I understand why God created women. I mean, you women came forth from we men. Not apes and monkey business stuff, right? So you got bold moves. Although Cecil Jackson called the founder is a man who had an accurate aim to accurately take action to actionize action. I mean, but how did it end up women taking over? Or you decided to unleash the deity and the beast in you? Miss Susan Otieno. You know Susan means lily in the valley, right? And lilies and beauty go hand in hand. And in this valley full of immorality, you came through in a courageous move, a beast inside with a gentle heart, which we now see here. Anyway, today is a celebration, ActionAid Kenya. By the way, kakikubambo na snap, eh? Today is a celebration, ActionAid Kenya, full of celebrities with really good taste that don't bite. From remotely promoting the importance of executing fair justice to culprits spreading violence to the girl child, in which there's an easier way to shout for help. Just texting the word help to the short code 21094 in any area you have. Law enforcement. Thank you. Goosebumps. Law enforcement are going to reach and force away the violators. ActionAid Kenya helps women in putting bread on the table, battering up more than 2,000 women's lives in trading and businesses. Is it okay to call you doctors? Because you give fair treatment to those who borrow loans, helping them with their savings, saving them from a mess of pottage when it comes to money. Youth programs improving youngsters. I like the SGD ambassador, a network of young social entrepreneurs that create decent jobs for the youth, raising the bar in fighting poverty. Over 16 million online impressions. It's not a joke, man. It's like the goat, right? Building sustainable livelihoods, the sugar campaign for change in Budalangi takes agreed to that. We've also seen to Prop and Jennifer, right? So education is the key. You unlock the success to education to very many students, especially providing sponsorship. Up to now, students stay afloat, not sinking in the misery of ignorance. Knowledge is power, not arrogance. An apple a day, keep the doctor away. Women are the apple of the eye of ActionAid. With this, facilitated easy access to health facilities, supported the constructions of VCTs in the early 2000s, campaigned on the re-amendment of the Intellectual Property Act in 2002 that allowed importation of genetic drugs to treat and curb the spread of HIV so that I can have fun with IV. But no, I don't. Anyway, I mean, health is wealth to me. ActionAid are partners who have their backs. Looking at the track record, 50 years up the line, I believe, not going down the line, right? Up the line. 50 faithful partners. Ones out here say you are damn attractive. That's it. Am I allowed to mention, am I allowed to mention the partners? Tukimalizia. Take. Okay. So let me just mention at least hapo kuna sauti ya wanawake, pambazuko la wanawake, Isiolo Voice of Women Network, Kobesi Women Group, GOCSO Women Group, Embolunoto Community Group, Nyalongi Women Network, with the Land Women's Lobby Group, SKEM Group, Mwanje and Shilambi Organization, Amanlo Community Empowerment Economic Organization, SEEO and Leader. We have and many more, right? So I would wish to mention many, but because of time, at least you see, but not just the boss, no. So feel proud to be part of and friends of ActionAid Kenya that still has the urge to fill the gaps in the society with opportunities, fairness, anyway, unity, peace, liberty, and I know plenty will be broadly found within our borders of different societal levels. I say, let's continue to level up. Thank you.
Round of applause, please, to David Kimani. Thank you so much for creating that special piece for us. As our ED ably invited, I'd like to invite on stage Roslyn, Yen, Lina Mora. But we have somebody in the building who turns 50. And we said, let her also come on stage and help us cut the cake. Makrina Mwamburi. Makrina, please give her. Makrina, what is you? 50. Are you sure you're not representing Makrina, you're the daughter? Wow, please give her an amazing round of applause. Can you tell us the secret? The secret, tafadhali. The secret of youth. And then we have another one standing here next to me. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Guess what? Today is Suzanne's birthday. Riverband, I know it's been a while, and I'm sorry, I'm spontaneous like that. I usually prompt, but I just felt maybe unaweza imba happy birthday kidogo. I'm sure that is a song that is very common. Muimbie Susan as she comes on stage. And then we also love the presence of Honorable Nina JB to come up on stage. Our board chair, Sam, please come up on stage as well. As we look for that one or two tunes. Muko ready to answer? I am. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Let's go. Let's happy birthday, ActionAid. Happy birthday, Suzanne. Happy birthday, Martina. You turned 50 when you were in today. Happy birthday.
when we go to birthday parties, kawaida ya birthday parties, we are very happy. Are we happy today? Yes. Today is a life-changing moment, a life-changing day. We are turning 50, but we are looking forward to how many more years ahead? 50 and more, right? So we need to be energetic. We are babies. So we are starting our lives today. What we have done, we have done. But now we are looking forward for a better and more prosperous 50 years to come. So we need to be happy, right? So I just want briefly to just tell you what these words are and why they're important to us. As an organization, we just don't exist. We have what leads us, our country's strategy papers. And these are able to give us direction, and we don't develop them by ourselves. We do this work with the communities, and they are able to guide us and to help us prioritize our work in 10 years. So our country's strategy papers are usually 10-year papers that guide the work we do. If you were keen, you understood that we started our work in Kenya in 1972, and we to 1982.
So we're waiting.
Please come. Yes, karibuni hapa. Party after party, come with the units. So 1972, tuwakaribishe kwa makofi. Nowadays we say we have movements that we're building that are called Men for Change. So they're here with us, right? All right, 1972 to 1982, we were action in distress, and we were child-focused, and we were giving assistance to children. We've had those stories of all the sponsored children. In 1982 to 1992, we became ActionAid Kenya, an independent affiliate country in a federation of many countries in the world, and ActionAid. In 1991 to 2002, we had our strategy paper that was talking about fighting poverty together. Tumalize nini? Umaskini katika kazi zetu. And then from 2002 to 2012, what did we say? Making our rights count and poverty together. And remember, we're just about to begin our new constitution. And therefore, we were very keen to ensure that people are aware of their rights and they can demand for their rights. And now, 2012 to 2022, it's about our rights for justice. So it is no longer just knowing our rights, but we are looking for justice in everything that we do. As Susan had said, climate justice, economic justice, and all types of justice. And that's where we are. And now we need your help to help us celebrate our 50 years to come. Sawa sawa. Muziki tupewe basi. Muziki tupewe.
Let's say 50 years of impact. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. I think in the same mood of celebrations, we want to thank God for the fire brought all of us. That amid these challenges, we are able today to share in this moment of celebration
The cake symbolizes sweetness, success, and the milestones we've achieved as an organization. We cannot put them away, but just to tell ourselves, congratulations, and this cake will symbolize that as we share together. Food is normally represented by women. That's why we are saying today, this is food we've cooked, and we're going to share as a family. So I think the cake has a lot of symbolic meaning here. We are represented from all walks of life. We want to say we are one in this moment of celebration because all of us has made it possible. So we want to really appreciate everyone. And we want to say that let us keep the fire burning. It's not yet over. We are still on the race. Thank you so much. I will invite the children who are born, because we have children who are born today. The Regis School. We have Mr. Wafula joining us. Yes, the children he has mentored and worked together towards the working goals we saw on the clip. I think it's worth recognizing. Thank you so much, all of us. I want to invite the children who are born 50 years down the line. Yes. They're three. Wow, you put them. So, thank you so much. Can we have Katakeki? It is a time of celebration. As the cake is being let out, ActionAid staff, make your way to the
chasing my blues away. I'm tender. It's a lot of routine that shows me how. And when I fall, I'm lonely at home. Oh, dance with somebody. I'll be with somebody. Oh, dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, dance with somebody. I'll be with somebody. There's somebody who loves me. I wanna look and lost my sunset, stepping through that time. I'm so wanted the freedom and the one that feels me down. I've seen that it's a lot of things that choose me now. Is there a table that has not had cake? Please give it. Hey! Meza ya Lord ya Dora. Ni kweli? Yeah. All right, we are wrapping up. So we are wrapping up, but the ladies who are serving are the ones I need on stage. So if we can stop the service, just leave the plates on the table. I understand there's a special presentation by staff. They have composed a song to celebrate the 50th anniversary. I'm going to call upon Mercy, Lucy, Hannah, to please organize for the staff of the study to please take the cake off stage. And we can place the cake at the dessert section so that if you would like a second or third piece, you can have it as dessert. To our able servers, please just leave the plates on the table and make your way on stage for the special presentation. As that happens, Aaron, I made a promise and I said, if you are on social media and you tweet about this event using the hashtag celebrating partnerships, Friends of ActionAid, I have a special gift for you. As you can see, I have come fully loaded. The easy gifts are on podium. I'd like to start with the first person, Ian Odero. Are you here? And I will only call you once. If you're not here, I go home with the present.
So ukwe umechangamka. Ian Odero, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, I am canceling Ian. Like we cancelled Kanye West. Salim, are you here? Oh, please give a round of applause to Feeling. Very, very beautifully dressed. Very much in pink, she wins a gift. Jacqueline Shibalira. Jacqueline Shibalira, are you here? Jacqueline is actually making your way. Please give her a round of applause. She tweeted about this event. We have Shamir, and Shamir goes by Shamir at Shamir to Edwin. Is Shamir here? Is Shamir here? Yes. Yeah, I cancelled you, but it is fine. It is 50th celebration. I'm feeling good. So Ian is officially cancelled. Okay, we've given Shamir. We have Tiana Destiny. Tiana. A round of applause for Tiana. Right, and we have Hesbon Dong. Hesbon Dong. If he's from the Golf Club, I'm going to this guy. It's too much. If people know that it is good. No, but it's good. Hesbon Dong, please come through. Hannah, there are some raffles that are on the table. Please bring the raffles. To the staff members who have the special presentation, could you please make your way on stage? I have a couple of raffles here. Hannah, since you're here, people will say I've chosen my own people. I'm just going to pick 5 people to give for the raffles, and then we close. All monies go to donation for a special prize. We don't give to receive, we give because we're givers, isn't it? All right, raffle number 43. Another one. Raffle number 43. Number 4343. Hey, our vice chair. Come on now. Can't walk your way here now. Vice chair Matema anataka kudance. I only get you Thank you so much. And then the program must continue. Raffle number 49, 49. Another one. Hey, this is the table. Raffle ticket number 86. 86. 86. Raffle ticket number. Say raffle ticket number 51, 51. 51, 51 going once, 51 going twice. I pick one more, Ama, we close. One more. Aye. They understood the assignment. Now that we are in this mood of partying, Rebecca is on stage. She's part of ActionAid International Kenya. And she's a staff member and she composed a special piece to celebrate 50 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Tusi Mwangushe. Tusi Mwangushe, please put your hands together. Give a very big round of applause.
Okay, so when I say A, you say ActionAid, okay? Yeah. A, ActionAid. 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 When I say 5, you say 50. 5, 50. 5, 50. A, ActionAid. ActionAid. 5, 50. Yeah, so my name is Rebecca, and this song is my special dedication to ActionAid. It is for all of us here. So there's the phrase is kind of catchy, so you can pick up. There's ActionAid in there, so when you hear, just get up. Ikikubamba sana unafanya nini? Unakuwa ikikubamba sana unasema wapi nuru? Yes. This music comes with
Somebody has whispered and said, Aki Cindy, it's not fair. I have got 10 raffle tickets umepeana 2 tano, peana tano zingine. Hannah, let's do this thing. We are at the tail end of our program. Our honored guests have gone to serve. Please let them serve first. As you may have caught on, we are a little challenged space-wise. So we are asking to let the honored guests serve first. And then you can serve. You can only serve once we call out your table. So please, kama sijaita meza yako, usiende kupakua chakula ni mingi haitaisha. And we would like to start with the honored guests. Once the honored guests have served and sat down, then I will call table by table as we give vote of thanks. Now, somebody will help me with the eyes. I know I have borrowed eyes, but earlier on, I had a soup bowl that had tickets. Is it that table? Are there tickets in that table? Okay. I just want it to be all-inclusive, not per person sharing. If you know, you know. For me this. I want to give away a voucher for dinner for 2. A voucher for dinner for 2 at Pride Inn Plaza. Isn't that amazing? I was telling you to network. You don't know how to talk to them. If you win this voucher, you can put it on the table and ask, what are you doing next week? You see how ActionAid is not only empowering women, but families. Dinner for 2 Pride Inn Plaza. This first voucher goes to raffle ticket number. All right. Then Mercy, next I'll ask you to ask our able band members to pick one. Wamenifurahisha sana. Pia hawa tusaidie. Raffle ticket number 83. 83. Raffle ticket number 83. 83. And is it one of our members? Yes, it is. A round of applause, please. Dinner for 2. Pride Inn Plaza goes to raffle ticket number 83. Amazing, amazing. Asante sana. in Azure or Azure, depending on where you went to school. Let me ask one of the band members. Another ticket for dinner for two. Yes, the bass guitarist, who is called Waringa from Mombasa. Hey, County 001 in the house. Ticket number 62. Number 62. Hey, high table. Apawa kitu akikuta. Pole pole tu. Pole pole usi. You don't have to go up the stairs. You feel, yes, come down. All right. I'm really happy to have you all. Thank you so much for the Okay, I would now like to call two tables to go and serve. I want to start with our lovely ladies on this table. Kina nani ni jina ile. Yes. Maka. Imeza ya kina Maka, please go serve. Yes. You are seated at the right table. And then Evans, watu wako masultana, hiyo meza endeni msama. All right. As those two tables go and serve, we have more gifts to give. Mercy, give one of the band members to pick a raffle ticket. Everything must go. Everything must go. We've got an amazing water here, and you get to win if you are raffle ticket number 18. Raffle ticket number 18. Kumi na nane. 18. 18. Raffle ticket number 18. Even as you go, if you are viewer, ukashua. I'll put in the camera on my video raffle ticket. I'll put a camera out as you are. Please give us. All right. Moving along. Raffle ticket number 58. 58. 58. Amazing. Thank you so much. It's so good when our leaders are involved in good fun, all for a good cause, making sure we give sanitary towels to young vulnerable women who are going to be in our rescue shelters during the festive season. We would like to give the next raffle prize to Raffle ticket number 63, 63. 63. Niapa. Raffle ticket number 63. Carol, let's go, let's go. Yes, thank you. And they're doing an amazing job. The band, conducted by Susan. Susan, I see you. I see you. We see how you spend your weekends. We know where you go. Okay, I would like to call upon the table at pointing me, one of our board members who just won a gift. Yes? Yes, please go and serve. Please go and serve. The second table I'd like to call is the one at the very corner where the pictures are. Yes. Please go and serve. Please go and serve. As we continue, Mercy, who is next? Is next. You go, pick one. Koroga kidogo. There are too many 60s and 50s. Hii meza kitu kinafanyika hapa. Kinafanyika. Yes, kuna kitu kwa hii meza. Okay. Raffle ticket number 29. 29. Number 29. Finally. Somebody has said finally. What the hell is all right, we are moving along. All gifts must go. All gifts must go. All right. Next, we are giving to raffle ticket number 47. 47. 47. Arubaini na saba. 47. Hey, one more. Drop plunge. How many have one? I see them.
Set up huko hivyo. Let's say interview.
I see that we have some people who are not following instructions. Naona kuna group
kama utamaisha kwa
na sijawaita back.
Pale mwisho. Fanya pale, fanyia pale.
Let's just wait and call your table because it will be nice and crowded. As you can see, we are a bit limited for space. I can guarantee you, I will be such a cool. Budget ya Susan ticket number 95. 95. 95. I can't remember the last time I said 95. Hapa mumeifeel kuna mahali imegusa. Imekata waya ya roho. Watu wa Makueni County. Imekata waya ya roho. Nice. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. All right. Raffle ticket number 13. 13. Kumi na tatu. Raffle ticket number. Call the table that was next to us, that one, next to us seated. Please go and serve. Please go and serve. And then I would like to call this center table here. Please go and serve. Yes, so we have one, we have two. We are continuing with the raffles, we are continuing with the raffles. We are continuing with the raffles. Hivi sasa lazima ukoroge kidogo masisi na kuachana. Raffle ticket number 14. 14. After that, 14. 1-4. 14. 14. The media team perfects that song more than anybody. Well done, Weaver. All right, let's keep it going. We have 3 more. Are they 3? There are 2 more. 2 more. Okay, great. Hey, koroga kidogo mazi. Yeah, zinapatana. Koroga na mwiko Koroga hivi. Changanya. Raffle ticket number 10. Raffle ticket number 10. Kumi. Hey, wapi yake? Last but definitely not least, you go with the bag. When the nine, plus recyclable bag, because you are our last but definitely not least. Raffle ticket number 84. 84. 84. 84. Raffle ticket number 84. This is free and fair, brother. Tumetoka mambo ya kula sahi lazima tuone. 84. We need to see. Seeing is believing. We have returning officers here. 84. Pick another one. Boss amesema pick another one. Aya. Last but definitely not least, 35. 35. 35. Thank you so much. A round of applause to Viva Band. Thank you so much. And to everybody who bought a raffle ticket, you have contributed to an amazing cause. Keep giving, keep giving, keep giving. At this juncture, I'd like to invite someone new to please come on stage. Someone new to is the Fundraising and Institutional Partnership Lead to give us a vote of thanks. And any table that has not gone to serve, you feel free to go and serve. I see the lines are free. We're no longer calling by tables. Please feel free to go and serve, but please give those who are seated, let's give Samuel our full attention. Thank you.
Our chief guest tonight, Honorable Adelina Chebet-Kilimo, the chairperson, Board of Governors, ActionAid, Executive Director, Madam Susan Otieno, honorable and distinguished guests, all members of staff, ladies and gentlemen. As indicated, my name is Samuel. Allow me to hold this because I'm tall enough and I don't bench. Sorry. Very difficult trying to. Yeah, that's check. On behalf of ActionAid International and the entire governance structure of ActionAid, and the chairperson of the board, that is Samuel Muga, the organizing committee for the Friends of ActionAid 2022, and on behalf, I want to express our heartfelt gratitude and a vote of thanks to all of those who have participated and attended today's or tonight's event. For gracing this very official occasion, marking 50 years of ActionAid, with celebrating partnerships for sustainable change. In a special way, I'll mention a few of the institutions as well as individuals who have, in one way or another, made this event very successful and very special. And because the list may be very long, I may not be in a position to mention each and every name of each and every institution, but all the same, feel very appreciated for having been with us today and for having played a key role to make this day and this night a successful event. Let me first start with our governance structures. I start with our Executive Director, Madam Susan Otieno, for leading this process and for making sure that all the citizens have gone well. Also to do an extension of appreciation to the chairman of the board of ActionAid International, that is Mr. Samuel Muga, with the support of our very able vice chair, Madam Mary Pendo. And thank you so much for the inspirational story that you gave us, and to show that indeed there's no limits and there's no any kind of distraction if indeed we put our effort together into supporting our women and ensure that they're empowered to take control of their lives. Thank you so much, Madam Pedro, for that inspiration story. To all the board members present, and also the members of the General Assembly, we may not be able to mention each and every by name, but feel very appreciated for having played a key role in making this event. I also want to extend our appreciation and ActionAid to the honorable members of our legislation house that are here, represented of course by our very own women representative from Nairobi County, Honorable Esther Paris, who of course has already taken leave. May our appreciations also reach her. To Honorable Bernard Kitu, the Member of Parliament for Nine Hills. Thank you so much for in your own special way, in your own small ways, for empowering the women in Loreto town. And I believe that very small gesture is going to do and even go a long way in uplifting the lives and also improving the lives of the families and the people who are dependent on them. To Honorable Makilab Joseph, the Member of Parliament for Baringo North. Thank you so much also for being a great friend of ActionAid and for the support that you've really given us in the areas that we implement our programs. Of course, to our chief guest, Honorable Dina Jamil Limo, thank you so much for your speech tonight, and also for being a great friend of ActionAid and for the support that you've given us, and even for your role that you played in endeavoring the efforts of women and ensuring that our women in Kenya are empowered and able to stand on their own and to make a productive life in society. Thank you so much, Honorable Jamil Limo. And then I also want to take note and also give appreciation to some of the funding organizations that support the work of ActionAid. In a special way, let me give thanks to the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office. We have one representative here by the name Michael Sophie. Thank you so much. Give back our thanks to SCDO for supporting our projects and even our interventions in the various areas that have implemented in this country. And for any other institution that supports the work of ActionAid that is perhaps not mentioned, feel appreciated very much for the kind of partnership and support you give us. Let me also take note of the peer organizations that are here tonight. Organizations that share our vision with us in ending poverty, supporting the efforts and initiatives of the women in our country and in our various areas of intervention. We have a Land Security Council represented by Madam Constance. Thank you so much for participating with us tonight. I also have President Action Circle and the leadership of Anton Wambura. We really appreciate the support as well. We also have other organizations who are our partners and who support us in implementing our various interventions in the communities. The list is very long and we will not be able to mention each and every one of you, but perhaps I can just mention a few. We have Arjuna Kenya, who are also here tonight. We have the Center for Reproductive Rights, CRR. We have Keopa. We have Together for Society. We have the Victoria Talent Development, Vijana Amani Pamoja, Friends of Watoto, among many others. The list is very long. I may take the entire night away to mention it to everyone. But feel very appreciated. And tunashukuru sana, tunapenda for the kind of support you give us and for the partnerships that we've been together over this time and period. I also want to mention in a special way our women networks. Our partners in the communities where we communicate directly, where we are touching lives and changing, and even the stories that we heard from the various speakers that have been here. In a special way, I want to thank the various communities from our local race program areas. We have Kilifi. Thanks so much, Lola, for your very nice inspiration. Lola Carissa for Kilifi. Look how I'm presenting the house. Thank you so much. We have Tango Jennifer, representing Tango. Nasema uliposema kwamba tutaomba kura, tutaomba kura, lakini kura yetu ile support tutakayopatia katika support kazi yetu. In as much as we may not go for the political votes, we want that vote of support. The vote of support that will give us support our work. You see the kind of work we do with the school through the business campaign. So the match supporters, that's the vote that you want from me. And thank you so much for that. That's on training, we really appreciate you also. We have Isiolo, we have Garissa. Thank you so much, Martha Kasim, for inspiration as well, and for the initiative they are doing with the women of Garissa. Ishushe, asanteni sana kwa wote. Also not forgetting our schools, the ones who are supporting us in the big campaign. In a special way, let me recognize and thank Veggie School, Bunda, for the work that we do together in our big campaign. Asanteni sana. Then to our entertainers for tonight. Wakirunge YouTube, asanteni sana kwa nyimbo zenu na wapata kutubuiza. Thanks so much for Kazweni Youth. Narrator, those of your point. And for the spoken words, we really appreciate the 30 minutes that you shared in ActionAid in marking the 50 years of ActionAid. Then, not forgetting our family providers for tonight. In a special way, we want to thank Karoba Stanley for providing us this particular venue, and even for the very delicious meal that she's serving us tonight. We also thank volunteering people for the nice and delicious cake that they're able to give us. For the media units that was able to record this event and to capture this event on camera and on video and on electronic media. In a special way, we want to thank Solo Feelings. Solo Feelings, when led by Felix. Felix in the house. Yeah, so that's Solo Feelings. They've been responsible for capturing our event tonight. For the electronic things, for the electronic as well as the digital media. Thanks so much, Solo Feelings. Then lastly, this event would not have been successful were it not for the many hands that were on deck, for the many people that participated in a very special way, in their own very different ways, and for making this event successful. I want to recognize the committee that made this event possible, the Friends of ActionAid 2022 committee. Whatever you are, can you please stand up? The Friends of ActionAid 2022 committee, Kasanalisi Mameni. Let's give him a round of applause. And thank you so much, the team led by our very able Hannah, Mansi, Agi, and the many other people that participated in planning and in doing all the hard work in order to make this day an event very successful. Asanteni sana for the great efforts that you put in. I also want to thank all the staff of ActionAid for having participated in one way or another in giving support to the Friends of ActionAid committee, and for also bringing into location and even taking part in taking the various roles that you've done for tonight. Special thanks go to our very own Rebecca Kalume. Rebecca Kalume. Thank you so much for the song of ActionAid that you need to have hidden talent within the organization. Thank you. Very wonderful. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Last but not least, to our very able MC for tonight, Cindy Ogona. Cindy Ogona, asante sana. for having made this event very colorful. Tunakushukuru sana kwa kazi nzuri uliyofanya. Asante sana. And finally, our sincere thanks we give to God for having answered the prayers for tonight and having made this event successful, for having ensured that all of us have participated, and those people traveled from far from the various areas of that or competition areas in ActionAid, and for being able to get here safely and sound. We give thanks to the Almighty for having made it very successful, and for this, we are grateful. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank each and every one of you in a special way, and from the bottom of our hearts, feel very appreciated. If I may not have mentioned your name, or I may not have mentioned the name of the institution, not that we are really ignoring, but indeed, the list is very long. A lot of people able to put each and every part of the list. But tunawashukuru nyinyi wote, na tunawapenda sana. Asanteni sana, na Mungu awabariki. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samuel. You missed a career in basketball, by the way. So, any of your offspring inherit your height, please enroll them in summer games and holiday games. Ladies and gentlemen, have you had a good time? Hasn't it been a fantastic evening? I want to thank each and every one of you. Asante sana, enough has been said. I think we've had a fantastic celebration. Mine is to officially close the program, to wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. For those who are not from this county, Johnny Mercies is incredible. Please take our greetings with you. There's still a lot of food. Feel free to go for 2-3 rounds. We have dessert, but most importantly, at this moment, I have not seen the people I want to introduce next. We have one people. Yes. Said your Hassan. So we have been entertained by the amazing little band who come through. We look forward to being entertained with you, by you, for the remainder of this evening. Please get home safe. My name is Cynthia Ogana. For those of you on social media, follow me, Cynthia Ogana Rugoy. For those of you who watch television on Friday, tupatane kesho, saa 2 usiku, NTV Kenya. Regardless of which country is playing, tupatane kesho 8 p.m. Thank you. It's been an amazing privilege and honor being an MC. I've had a really great time. Take it away.
Yeah.